Hello. Just setting some things up. Just a moment. Hi, I just have myself muted until we're ready to start. Also, if you hear the fans in my apartment, sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. I think I'm gonna give it like 5 to 6 more minutes before we start looking around the site. There's no audio right now, other buttons. I usually keep myself muted when I'm not talking just because I get self-conscious. Um, Slishy Slasher is the most shapes. Um, when I was designing her, I kind of started out with a regular looking person, and then over time I just broke her down into a triangle. I'm gonna go grab my charger real quick. I'll be right back. Um, Maybe someday. I'm kind of cagey about merch right now. Um, just my carbon footprint. I'm trying to keep it low. But like if I could get it ethically made in a way that I knew there wasn't like any human suffering going into making the merch, I'd be really down for Pendog merch. Um, Now let me see. I'm just waiting for someone to join. They might already be in chat. Um, okay. It looks like everyone's here. Um, so I just want to go through the trigger warnings. Um, just to bring everyone up to speed. Um, this ARG has some gore. Um, and it is makeup gore. We didn't do anything fucked up. Um, and I will let you know before we get to the gore. Um, because I think that's important when walking someone through these things. There's bees, there's mental health, um, there's death, unreality, which is kind of a given with these things. Um, there's cults, like the real kind of cults, not the fictionalized kind of cults. Um, and there's people with mental health issues lashing out at others in a way that is destructive to both them and themselves, and that is not lightened or softened up, and is presented exactly as it can manifest in real life. Um, and I also want to go through everyone who has worked on the site so far. You can see their names here. Some of them you might recognize. With a special thanks to Nick Nocturne, who in October reviewed our ARG on stream and gave us a ton of really helpful feedback to improving the site and help me figure things out going forward. So, welcome to the Pendog Creative Library, a digital archive dedicated to the preservation and documentation of creative endeavors. Here on the PCL, you will find cartoons, puppets, dolls, artwork, music, and more. The website strives to educate interested readers about the history behind these artifacts so that their impact and stories may be imparted to the general public. Our website is best viewed on desktop computers. Please be aware that accessing our library on mobile devices may result in minor formatting issues. Consider this website a digital museum. We are split into different wings, pages, that can be found through the menu. The Creative Archive, resting place of broadcast and print media. Here you may view magazine covers, animation production materials, newspaper articles, cartoon advertisements, and more. This collection is the pride and joy of the Pendog Creative Project. Creative history, information regarding involved artists, studios, places, and more. Anything that has had a part in PCL's creative history will be discussed here. You should check out my favorite article on Barbara Massey. I'm very proud of that article. Notable characters, where you can read about cartoons such as Maisie the Mutt, or learn the history behind obscure mascots like Telelectric. Sail through oceans of information on puppet superstar Dorothy Doo, or sweeten up your trivia with Beatrice B.E. The Imaginarium. Have you ever had an imaginary friend? Do you have drawings, old or new, of what they looked like to you? Send them over to be internalized in the Imaginarium, where you can also see other submissions. The update page. Please consider our articles to be living documents. From time to time, they will update as we confirm and revise information. Blah. When this happens, you can check the updates page to see where info has been added, redacted, or changed. This page also is for updates on the future of the website. Yada yada yada. The About page. Learn about myself and those who have helped me put this site together. This page also contains important information about how we work and what to be aware of while reading or exploring the pages of this digital library. So, first, we are going to go to the About page, and I have a specific order to go through this, although you are free to go through the website from any page, but I find this to be a good starting point, just to give you the most context for the story. My name is Penny M. She/her, founder and web dev of the Pendog Creative Library. Ever since I was young, I have always had a close connection with cartoons, puppets, and anything creative themed. I come from an artistic family, so it was only natural that my relationships with these mediums would be so intense. My deepest wish as an artist is for people to be more aware of the characters that inspired me growing up, and for the public to know the history behind these icons. For this reason, I set out to create a digital archive dedicated to the preservation and documentation of creative history. Um, just a moment. Um, okay. Meet the team. Red Riding Gloves. RG is a digital artist and illustrator with over 7 years of experience. A dedicated cartoonist, RG is responsible for a great deal of the art assets and decorations found within the site. RG is an avid fan of Maisie the Mutt, and as such, they hope to help the general public gain a better appreciation of the character's roots. Vincent T. Vincent T is a professional writer with a background in cataloging and inventory. His skills are invaluable to the work we do here at the PCL, and he is responsible for conducting interviews and research regarding the artifacts and cartoons hosted on our site. Belly Up. He/they. Belly Up is an illustrator with 9 years of experience. Having worked together during our time at art school, I was thrilled to work with him on the Imaginarium page. Belly Up is currently working on an illustrated storybook. Ikak. Ikak, he/him. Ikak was an associate responsible for many of the recovered screenshots and animations found on this site. Through collaboration with his group, the Found Finders, we have been able to recover many cartoons and illustrations once thought completely lost. Emma Weckel. Emma is a puppet historian, maker, and good friend of the website. Through her work, we have been able to recover puppet mascots, Seymour and Strawberry, as well as regularly get in touch with prominent puppet makers to ask questions. Her work has been valuable to the website, and she's a very good friend of mine. Are you affiliated with any of the franchises/brands you cover? No, we are not. This whole archive is purely a passion project dedicated to preserving the histories of creative ventures and allowing the information to be freely accessible. Sorry, let me catch my breath. Um, I'm not used to talking this much. I don't talk a lot, actually. Um, we are in no way affiliated with any of the IPs, companies, studios, or artists documented on this site. How do you find the items you document? It's quite a process. Da da da. There will be times when I don't read everything just because for the sake of my voice, but I'll linger on it so you can read it. How long has this site been around? This website started as a personal portfolio slash blog, on which I documented my artwork and talked about things going on in my life. When the time arrived to make the PCL, I decided I really didn't want those odd old blogs and artwork around anymore due to personal reasons. I will post my old art from time to time on the updates page. I didn't want to pay extra money for a new website. So, with reason one combined with reasons two, I scrapped pretty much everything from the site and overhauled it. I have something that would fit in your archive. How can I share it with you? If you are in possession of an item related to anything documented, whether it be an advertisement, illustration, etc., we would be more than happy to add it to your collection. Please contact me with any information pertaining to the item, such as what is it, what sentimental value it has, and please include pictures for authenticity. Thank you. So this is the Meet the Team page. Now we're going to go to the character index. Who do you want to start on, chat? We can start on anyone. Anyone you like. Okay, we can start on Maisie. I keep forgetting that there's a slight delay, so don't mind if I repeat a question accidentally. It's just because I forgot that there's a delay. Let's see. The Miracle Hound, the Marvelous Mutt. Maisie M. Mutt is perhaps the most famous character archived on our database, a storied character with a love for the creepy, the ghostly, and the ghoulish. Her stories have ranged from playful follies to slapstick nightmares. Making her debut in the 30s, Maisie was a quick hit with audiences and would soon blaze a trail of success for her studio Liquid Laugh Pictures. She has appeared in multiple cartoon spin offs, series, movies, and has, of course, launched the creation of Maisieland theme park. Yeah, he's just hanging there. I thought it would be funny to put a random skeleton there. Maisie made her first appearance in the episode Dizzy Divots as a background character. Head artist and co studio founder Ivan Hoth liked her design so much that he reused her design again in Maybelle Braybells. As a co-protagonist to the studio's regular star, Hobble the Hound. However, as time went on, Maisie would overshadow Hobble and become the central face of Liquid Laugh Pictures. Abandoned in a graveyard, adopted by a living haunted house, raised by hundreds of ghosts. Maisie the Mutt is probably the most morbid cartoon character hosted on this website, although such elements were not uncommon in older cartoons. Despite being so grim, Maisie's fictional backstory was definitely more fleshed out than other well known characters. Who knows? Maisie's association with the supernatural has always been strong, even playing a gravedigger in her original appearance. While most characters of the time were running away from monsters and being menaced by trumpet playing ghosts, Maisie could often be found tagging along for the ride and being great pals with similarly ghoulish characters. Maisie's a bit of an anomaly. Um, Maisie would just as often play the villain as she would the hero during her original run, most famously in the first episode with her as the protagonist, Red Riding Gloves. Maisie played a devil-like figure selling a down-on-their-luck musician her pair of magic gloves for a terrible price. Throughout her run, however, Maisie has ultimately been a force for good, antagonizing the haughty and mighty of her cartoon world while being a sympathizer to any creep, goblin, or otherwise outcast creature. Over time, the association Maisie had with rituals, the occult, and the forces of the underworld would be phased out by her owners, instead being replaced with the element of her magic hat, providing her powers. Maisie's image has changed significantly over the years, not only in visual design, but in surroundings and tone. But throughout it all, Maisie has retained the same traits: free spiritedness, gravitation towards outsiders, and being prone to making any situation worse. Although an immensely popular character, the details of Maisie the Mutt's history are difficult to parse. As a character with so much fame, she has equally as many varying accounts from individuals and organizations. We are dedicated to helping you understand the true Maisie, the Maisie of all sides and angles. Here's Maisie in Red Riding Gloves. Can you hear the audio from the website? I just want to make sure. Let me see if I can fix that on OBS. How about now? I just adjusted it in OBS. Um, um, you mean this? Um, yes, that's a modern Maisie, but I realized as I was doing my research that as much as I loved the one with the light muzzle, that it wasn't completely accurate. So that's her latest design, I think. And then I went back to my earliest design of her, which was actually this before I redesigned her, and that one's more era accurate. Now let's see. We could listen to Dorothy Do, voiced by good friend Nora Sen, who you should follow on their socials. Um, America's favorite sailor, Dorothy Do, is a very interesting character who got his start in award winning literature, ascended to puppet stardom, then featured in a landmark animated feature. Of all our characters, he has gone the furthest across mediums. Created by Barbara Massey as a protagonist of her series of novels, The Deep Blue, Dorothy began life as a sailor in a world completely submerged by water. While traveling to different islands, he would explore the wonders and treachery of land and sea, always on the move, never returning to the same location twice. These stories would hop from place to place and delighted both the adults and children of America with their tales of danger and fantasy. In these novels, Dorothy was characterized by restlessness and a desire to do good in the world, hence his original full name, Dorothy Do Good. Dorothy is intentionally very gender fluid, and I don't mind him being referred to as him, her, or they. Um, be careful though. There's some people out there who will be like, actually, a gender fluid character would not exist in the 1950s. I know this because I don't engage with history. Um, so if anyone ever gives you crap for having a queer character in your like um retro alternate history story, just ignore them straight up because we have been here forever. Queer people have been here together. Um, in fact, if you read the original Wizard of Oz books, there was a ton of gender fuckery going around in those books. That was later erased. Now let's see. Um, the Dorothy Doo book series would run for several novels before Barbara was approached with the proposition of adapting Dorothy Doo's adventures into a televised series. Although proposed to be an animated TV show, Barbara had different ideas, as well as an unusual amount of control over the project. After contacting friends working at Silverstein Puppetry Theater, she gathered together what would be known as the Deep Blue Team. Sailors were famously never gay. You know, that profession where you spend all your time on the ocean, mostly with other men. No, completely heterosexual happenings there. I'm just saying the sea's lonely and you take what company you can get. Dorothy Doo and the Deep Blue premiered on television in the late 1950s, and just like the books, was an intensely popular show with children and families. Each episode would begin with a foreword by Barbara Massey, who would appear again at the end to discuss the episode's events with Dorothy Doo. The puppet for Dorothy was a marvel of puppet crafting and voice acting. Speaking of,
Greetings. I am Dorothy Doo, America's favorite sailor.
Cartoon Ghostly, I can neither confirm or deny that information. But the show ran for 7 seasons, um, during which Dorothy would continue his pattern of visiting different places, meeting new people, and fighting various foes. The show was so popular that the Dorothy Doo fan club and newsletter was created around season 3, through which excited fans could send letters to Dorothy and get monthly newsletters, gadgets, and more. Nora did an amazing job voicing Dorothy. Like, the moment I heard her voice for him, I was like, that's Dorothy. Um, Sushi, if you could drop the link to Nora's social in chat, I'd appreciate it. The popularity of the show convinced Barbara to release an additional smaller series of books, each about one of the recurring Dorothy Doo characters. This entire series could be said to be the staple of any American childhood of the time due to its all encompassing scope and popularity. There was even a short run of Dorothy Doo comics that ran for about 30 issues. Let's see. After season 6, the animation studio Copperbell Productions approached Barbara with proposals to create an animated movie about Dorothy Doo and his adventures. Um, After many years of production, it would be released to the public and was so well received and successful that it was nominated for an Annie Award. Dorothy would make two more animated appearances in a Halloween special and a New Year's celebration special. At the beginning of season 7, Barbara announced um, the end of the Dorothy Do Show. After many years of working with Dorothy, she felt she had told all the stories she had to tell with the character and laid him to rest before retiring. Despite this, Dorothy has remained an icon of cartoon and puppet history to this day, with several well regarded fan clubs springing up to replace the original Dorothy Do fan club. Thanks, Sushi. Yeah, go support Nora. Nora's a great person. Dorothy was inspired by Howdy Doody and Moomin, specifically her and her creator. Beatrice B.E. Seen on cartoons, candy wrappers, and storefronts around the world, the advertising giant Beatrice B.E. heralded from the Bartleby Brands Candy and Sweets Corporation. Beatrice made her debut in the mid 1930s after years of Bartleby Brands struggling to find their corporate identity. As recounted from the company archives, the daughter of Bartleby co-founder Aaron Fulch had visited one of Bartleby's 5 factories. The next, um, the next night, she had a dream inspiring her to draw the character that would be known as Beatrice B.E. From Marigold's own account, Beatrice had an impish spirit and delightful way of speaking. Upon seeing his daughter's drawing, Aaron knew what needed to be done, and in a few months, after several revisions and renderings, Beatrice was introduced to the public. Beatrice was an instant success, with Bartleby making itself a bigger domain in the industry. Her face could soon be found at any candy shop around the country. She was so popular that Bartleby Brands began the production and release of dolls, toys, and storybooks, along with short mixed media commercials. Um, she would typically take on a simple persona, very much being more of a cutout for selling products than an actual character, which would change around the 40s.
Oh, with just a droplet of my Bartleby brand nectar, the most tasteless meal becomes a delectable entree. With a honeycomb and a whoop-de-doo, Bartleby's brand provides for you.
In the early 50s, Beatrice's presence would further its scope as Bartleby Brands commissioned Sixer Studios to create several animated shorts centered around their mascots. These included well regarded shorts such as Six Heels of Fortune and On Honeyed Lips. In these shorts, Beatrice had more personality and was portrayed as a benevolent, if know it all brained fairy that came to the flavorless land of Humdrum to spread her sweets among the gloomy masses. At the end, Beatrice had taken her position as leader of the resident drumlings and become the queen she is presented as today. Um, Beatrice's voyage into the entertainment industry also included talks to make a mixed media live action animated movie about her journey. A gigantic investment from Bartleby Brands that could have opened new avenues for the company. Sadly, this wasn't meant to be. The movie was doomed from the start. Higher ups became antsy about the amount of money spent on the film, the hellish tryout sessions, and several on site mishaps. Bartleby Brands was forced to pull the plug on the movie. Um, Bartleby would go on to make several smaller advertisements with Beatrice, and the company would go under in the late 70s. The impact of both of them can be um, felt to this day. Now, something I do want to keep in mind, and this isn't spoilers, but you'll notice throughout this, and if you look at real history, there are a lot of attempts from many different companies on the site to create a movie, a live action movie or an animated movie, and most of them go bad. Um, and I've heard somewhere someone say it's kind of a miracle that any movie gets made ever when you consider how much goes into making a movie. And a lot of them don't get made. Especially early on, a lot of them used to not get made at all. They'd go completely under. There's something on Dorothy's page. This is going to be the first secret that you might find. If you click on the blue here, no, this isn't the secret.
No fan of heroes, but even I can't.
I do not want a free trial of whatever YouTube's selling. Okay, so that's the first secret. Um, I duplicated a bunch of the same animation layer. Oh, it's intended to crunch. Oh no, was there not audio? I can go back and replay it. Um, I might have muted it because of the ad. That's what happened. I muted it because of the ad. Just a moment. Can you hear it now? Huh. Um, sorry about that. How about now? I'm just worried about blasting people's ears out. Um, I don't want to accidentally kill you all. I will be aware of this next time, because there will be another stream of this. There's no way to get through all this today. Okay, so there's that. That's the first secret. Now let's go to Telly. The high-volt good luck charm of the engineering and electrical company Telectrica Innovations. Telelectric was once a face of progress, innovation, and a neon bright future for people across America. Created through Telectrica Innovations' lifespan, halfway through, this mascot went through a multitude of revisions with many artists brought on board to design the new face of TI. The unnamed artist behind Telly would put in their public brief that they had been inspired by footage of American marching bands. Um, the hypnotic twirling reminded them of electricity. Telectrica would roll out several short animated videos with Telelectric promoting their products. As a character that was primarily made for advertising, Telly doesn't have much in the way of story or world. However, he had a snappy and confident personality that amplified the pre-existing enthusiasm Telectrica's customers had for the new wave of uh, sorry, for the new wave of technological innovations and progress. Telelectric's most well-known features culturally are, of course, Telectrica's series of holiday advertisements, such as Telly in Lightland, Telly's Haunt, and Telly's Electrical Heart. In these shorts, Telly was typically served as a confident helper of those in need, brightening up a neighborhood block on Christmas using his electricity to illuminate walkways and keep children safe on Halloween, and lighting up his heart on Valentine's Day to encourage others to follow their hearts.
I lend a spark to life. I can cook, I can clean, I can even move trains. Brought to you by Telectrica Innovations.
Telly was further ingrained in the public consciousness through Telectrica's monthly subscription. Uh oh. Is there echoing? Oh, okay. Yeah, his voice is supposed to be echoey. Um how about now? So what I can do is I'll just turn off the mic when I'm playing stuff. That way you don't get any echo. I'm not hip with this with streaming if it isn't obvious yet. Um Telly's popularity would die down in the late 60s following Telectrica's exhibition at the World Fair. Following several months of struggling to stay afloat in an increasingly hostile environment, Telectrica permanently shuttered its doors. After this, he would disappear from the public eye for many years. Near the end of the company's lifespan, several I see. Several talks were arranged around buying the branding rights for Telly and Telectrica. However, no one seemed to want to purchase them. No one seemed to want this company. They didn't even want to buy the assets. That's interesting. Here at Pendog Creative Library, we hope to help people learn more about Telly and his interesting, tumultuous history. Let's see. And I know this is a lot of introductory stuff, and we haven't gotten to the horrors yet, an hour in, but I feel like it's important. Um, to have all this lead up. Um, there's a game called Shipwreck 64, which is so patient in getting to its scares. Um, and I kind of take reference from that game for how I pace my work. We'll check out Miss Hecate last. The wonder child of prolific American cartoonist and author R.W. Winfield. Millie was the protagonist of Winfield's book, Hearth of Meadow Valley. In this book, Millie, a small firefly, falls out of her garden one morning into the fields of Meadow Valley, an all-encompassing world of green flowers and vines. Filled with bugs, pixies, and fearsome critters, she must find the dying hearth of Meadow Valley and reignite it with her light. Um, Millie was characterized as a sympathetic but fairly clueless individual. Millie had a propensity for fire. She was the only character in the world that could wield it. And although eager to share her gift with others, sometimes she got carried away, especially with her more wooden friends. I'd also like to shout out Laxland, Garfield Phone, and Audie Toddy, Totally Audie, who created a lot of the decorations for our website. The story was a great hit with audiences. Winfield would go on to write further stories featuring Millie, but she would go on to be slightly overshadowed by his other character, Winnie. Regardless, Millie was very important to Winfield. He had no children or surviving family to speak of, and he stated that she was his only daughter. Winfield would create much artwork of Millie in his free time, much of it unpublished. Um, his relationship with Millie would come to an end following a failed attempt at a live-action Meadow Valley movie. He was approached by Liquid Laugh Pictures with an offer to adapt Millie Moonbeam. Winfield had wanted his entire life to see his work in the movies, for he was noted several times as saying if he could get Millie into a movie, he could die a happy man. In his desperation to get Millie on the big screen, he was not careful in reading the agreement he signed into, and he lost the rights to Millie Moonbeam. Something he did not realize until the end of production after he had attended the opening showing of her cartoon. It was an event that Winfield never recovered from and can be read about on his biography page. After this changing of hands, Millie featured in one more cartoon short before being put on the shelf for years, only in recent times being integrated into the lore of Maisie the Mutt's world by the modern Liquid Laugh Studios. Taking a breather. I'm stumbling over my words. Yeah, read your contracts before you sign anything. One time I accidentally almost signed onto an NFT project that they didn't make me aware of. And I wouldn't have been aware of if I hadn't read the fine print. People will try to take advantage of artists in any way possible. They will sink to the lowest methods to screw you over. And if you work at a company, Nick Nocturne mentioned this in his stream, but if you ever sign on to work at a company like Disney or a game studio, check the contract because sometimes it says anything you make while you're working for them belongs to them, even if it was something you made before working for them. If you continue working on it publicly while working for them, they can take ownership of it. So be careful. Um, an artist, one of the great artist nightmares, I think. The Imp of Meadow Valley, and the most popular creation of author R.W. Winfield. Wistful Winnie has an interesting life that began when she first appeared in literature through Winfield's 1920s classic, The Hearth of Meadow Valley. In her first book, Winnie played the role of a minor villain, being an unhelpful and dangerous pixie encountered by Millie. She captured her on her adventures and sang a rhyme about skinning her and eating her, before being tricked into jumping into her own boiling pot. Oddly enough, this behavior did not deter children from adoring Winnie. Perhaps due to her illustrated appearance, children would write numerous letters begging Winfield to write a sequel to the first novel. In their letters, they would mention the character of Winnie and wanting to see more of her schemes and songs. Winfield relented and wrote a sequel. The book was a return to Meadow Valley, where machines had descended upon the garden. On her adventure, Millie was accompanied by a remorseful but still mischievous Wistful Winnie, much to the delight of children everywhere. It should be noted that although she was popular, Winfield never liked Winnie that much. Near the end of his life, he said he hated the character, although that could be influenced by losing his ownership of Millie around the same time. After losing Millie, he would take many years before writing one more book featuring Winnie traveling across a dead Meadow Valley. This book did not sell very well. It is fairly unknown in modern times. Currently, Winnie serves as the face of the R.W. Winfield Library, constructed during his final years. If you travel there, you can see her statue in the front entrance. It's always the character you're not expecting to get popular that gets popular. Even for big artists, especially for big artists. And sometimes the character you want to get popular just falls to the wayside, gets overshadowed. Lancer. The creation of syndicated newspaper cartoonist Louis Pardane, Lancer the Paper Fiend was an icon of the early 20s to late 40s. Created during his deployment at the Kelbridge Chronicle, the comic titled Lancer and the Inkwell would revolve around Lancer's interactions with the reader, the space around him, and the text, speech bubbles, and borders of the comic. It was a meta fourth-wall-breaking comic strip, and fairly well regarded by readers for its funny invented usage of the medium. Other buttons? Well, honestly, no. I don't create OCs very lightly anymore. Sometimes it takes like 2 years for me to make a new character, like with Slishy Slasher. And they're all like keystone markers for important periods of my life. They're like time markers. Lancer's personality in these comics could be described as a very curious but easily irritated, pestered character who would often fight with the reader and artist. He was strong-headed and often employed physical violence to get what he wanted. In one of his well-known strips, he took a pen, stabbed the wall behind him, and words poured out into the room. It was gags like these that drew fans to buy the paper just for Lancer's antics. Of course, you're welcome to ask questions. That's part of what this stream is for. What this series of streams will be for. I don't know when I'll be streaming next. Hopefully this week. I just have to see when I have the house to myself. When Pardane left Kelbridge Chronicles, to help build Liquid Laugh Pictures with his close friend Ivan Hoff, Several other artists would attempt to fill the role of drawing for Lancer in the inkwell. However, due to various personal work and life-related issues, these replacements tended to quit within 1 to 2 months. The comics were never quite the same following Pardain's departure, as they were lacking the inventive fourth wall breaking they were once known for, and within 2 years the comic ended its run. Although Kelbridge owned the rights to Lancer, Pardain continued to draw non-commercial art of him after his departure. Most of this art could be given away to friends and family. What remained afterwards was archived in his apartment home. In fact, the last thing Pardain ever drew was Lancer, because in the 60s he was found deceased at his home office mid-drawing. Lancer has a statue built in honor of Pardain's legacy, located outside the Kelbridge Chronicle Historical Building. Lancer was based on Crazy Cat and another famous artist. For some reason, I cannot remember his name right now. He's literally one of the major artists that influenced the site. Oh well. Second secret. And when she entered the room, I think we both knew that you couldn't stay. We'll get back to this one later. Seymour and Strawberry. Commissioned from the Silverstein Puppet Theater by Bartleby Brands in the late 60s, Seymour and Strawberry quickly became an inseparable part of marketing for the company. Debuting in the short advertisement as Spoon of Nectar, they would feature in following advertisements up until the company's eventual closure. According to Silverstein, Seymour was made to resemble saltwater taffy and Strawberry a strawberry. Seymour and Strawberry were characterized by an ignorance of the world around them, relying on Bartleby mascot Beatrice to educate them. Seymour was typically portrayed as vain and self-absorbed, who still cared for his more energetic companion Strawberry. Strawberry would typically drag Seymour along into adventure, persuading him into following whatever trial or activity Beatrice had planned for them. The two originated from a land without honey or sugar. The two of them were pushed down a voyage to America by their families in order to find the secrets of good food. Although well received, they were not ever quite as popular as Beatrice, and only a few pieces of merchandise for them would ever be made. When the company began shuttering its doors, the two puppets disappeared from public view. For many years, puppet historians considered them to be lost for good, rotting in the basement of one of Bartleby Brand's many warehouses. However, in recent years, the two puppets have been recovered by puppet enthusiast and historian Emma Weckel. Emma restored the two and has been very kind in providing the library with photographs for the puppets. These photos are regularly sent to us by Emma, so check back often for updates on their puppet adventures. That's kind of Villanova, that's kind of the inspiration behind this too. Um art preservation kind of sucks. The people who do it are heroes, but so much art isn't preserved and is lost forever. Um, if you live in a society that doesn't value the arts, a lot of that art disappears, and future generations only see snippets of it through a very narrow lens of what was recovered. Okay? Minerva Woeful, the main face of Hollywood Halls, this character started off as a book character, was later adapted into a puppet for television. For those with memories of being terrified by the character and her stories around the early 90s, she is likely one of the more well known characters on this website. The main face of Hollywood Halls, this character. Oh, wait, I already read this. Hollywood Halls was a series of horror novels written by Jeffrey H. Klein and illustrated by his wife, Deborah H. Klein. The books were episodic in nature, with each story focusing on a new child facing some sort of horror. These horrors range from mutant butterfly people sucking out people's brains to a story about killer curtains that strangled whoever came too close. The tales were anywhere from decently written to laughably ridiculous. However, what made her stand out was the imagination of the author's inventive creatures, and the books being aimed towards a young audience. Among the cacophony of butterfly men, killer curtains, mutant hummingbirds, and evil closets from outer space, one creature would emerge as the face of the series. This creature was Minerva Woeful, a scarecrow puppet that could tell the future. Her powers came with a drawback for those who sought them out, as the visions she described would be so far into the future that drove the seeker mad. When the book series was adapted into a television show, Minerva's story would be among the first of many episodes. Through her creepy portrayal, she became one of the most famous characters of the series. In future seasons, she would be at the face, returning for more books written in the wake of the televised adaptations such as Minerva Walks at Dusk and The Destiny of 50,000 Wakes. Minerva would eventually have a much less sinister puppet of her created, this one, and donated to the R.W. Winfield Library, where Jeffrey worked at during his younger years. Um, the puppet would be used for reading time with children around October. Jeffrey has referred to Minerva as being an ambassador of horror for children, eager to delight in the horrific and strange, but knowing when to pull the escape lever so no one gets hurt. She was also described by his wife as never being malicious but always warning, showing the children's parents, the victims of these books tended to be adults, horrific visions of awful fates that might lay in their wake if they didn't change their ways. Thus, she serves as a fairy tale archetype, always eager to scare but for a noble purpose and never to cause permanent harm. During our tour of the Winfield Library, we were delighted to be given the opportunity to photograph the Minerva puppet for our articles. Here's the third secret, and we'll come back to the secret later. I don't think we should look at the secret yet, but if you scroll down and get to this window, you can click on it. But we'll just store that tab for later. Slishy Slasher. The Woman of the Hour. Jane Prell's infamous character, the Slishy Slasher, would feature in several of her later works and was typically depicted in abstract, nightmarish landscapes. either being tormented by them or being the perpetrator of the events within them. Not much can be said about her backstory or history, as what we know comes from rumor, gossip, and vague accounts of Prell's own work. The slishy slasher was a manifestation or metaphor for her borderline personality disorder and struggles with it. But what the character's motivations were and what her end goals were are unknown. However, with the current work on the restoration of the Stars in Blue storybook, based on notes left behind by Prell, this character's history should hopefully be revealed in time. The slishy slasher was often depicted by Jane as a murderous tall woman with an abstract swarm of arms at her employ, which she would use to chop up puppets, people, and ideas while grinning. She was depicted doing this in a very casual way, her human arms typically stuffed in her pockets, and herself leaning to the side. However, in her later work, this murderous agenda would be changed to something more abstract, cutting ribbons of people and breaking them apart. This could have been a more elegant metaphor for destroying relationships via cutting the red thread of destiny. Based on the notes we have recovered from Jane's digital footprint, we can discern the slasher was a deeply unhappy and jealous individual. Her early drawings of the characters would have them demanding people to look at them and muttering jealous bile and insults at her targets. It's no wonder that people took the drawings personally and ostracized the artist. However, I can't help but feel that, messy and poorly explained as they are, these words were not directed at anyone but Jane herself. A portrayal of how she perceived BPD was manifesting within herself. Simply put, the slishy slasher was a hateful depiction of the self from an extremely self-loathing individual that eventually became a self-fulfilling destiny. In later illustrations, planned or completed, and written notes, she was described as eventually finding something other than the life she currently lived, which is interesting to think about. That definitely matches what I've read of the Stars in Blue storybook, a work planned but never completed by Jane, which I'm working with several other artists to complete. In the draft, she was described as eventually falling into another world, and her story switching from horror to community and mental wellness. An interesting character, not as famous or well known, and definitely not popular as the other characters, but one I thought our readers would appreciate learning about. Now, it is the woman of the hour, the second woman of the hour. And in just a moment, I'm probably going to get up and drink water for like 2 minutes, just so I don't kill my voice. The storybook is a previous zine I did. It isn't in the narrative yet, and nothing in it should be taken as canon to this ARG. Hi friends, this is Penny here. I felt that reading the below article with this page would be important to understanding our work on Hecate, our most perplexing and hard to document character. If this is the first time you have heard about her, you are in the majority, for this character has survived only through written literature, defaced artifacts, and vague historical accounts. It is unknown what exactly Hecate looks like in her original incarnation. Copies of her design in the 50s have been recovered, but earlier than that, the trail goes cold, with only very damaged artwork that gives us little indication of her original cartoon appearance. Brought to our attention by an associate, this character is one of the core reasons for which we've made the Pendog Creative Library. The winding trail of accounts and messy documentation are just as interesting as the cartoons Hecate herself featured in. From what we can glean from history books, Hecate was a female cartoon existing well before Maisie the Mutt, with features running well into the first years of the Dog's run. We know from written descriptions that she had horns, red gloves, a worm-like appearance, and a scarlet smile. In songs, she was described as having a personality like corpse flesh, with the skin tone to boot. At this moment, we only have a single poorly maintained voice line. We feel that regardless of the condition, you are entitled to listen. This voice line doesn't work. Um, if you click on this skin cream, you'll get another site, but we will not be listening to it yet. Oh, we will not be listening to that yet. Although Miss Hecke appears in various pieces of art, we have been hard-pressed to find details about her creation, what studio was responsible for her animations, and so on. For a character with such a large body of work, she is frustratingly difficult to learn about. See you, little ink sheep. We'll be back, so you can always hop in another time, okay? She's one of the reasons we founded the Pendog Creative Library, to figure out just what the story is behind its mysterious characters. A lot of this is recreated stuff from the original article, but it helps to hammer in the note, so I linked it. We're not certain whether Hecate started out as a cartoon character for entertainment or for advertising. This is the earliest surviving artistic rendition of her. As can be seen here, it is horribly defaced. This archive item is dedicated to Ikak. We miss you so much. Now, almost there, guys. We're almost at the archive items, but all this prologue is important. R.W. Winfield. R.W. Winfield is most well known for his book Hearth of Meadow Valley and its following series of sequel novels. Artist, illustrator, and author, he was a man of many talents and was possessed by a restlessness to explore new mediums. Born into a fairly wealthy family from a young age, Winfield had always been fascinated by the arts. However, due to his lineage, such pursuits were actively discouraged by his parents, who wished for the young Winfield to follow in his father's footsteps. But the medical field was, in Winfield's word, a stifling position. So at the time of his 18th birthday, he ran away from home to elope with Irene Amber, a much older woman from a rivaling family. It would only be many years later, when his father was on his deathbed, that Winfield returned home to reconcile with the family he left behind. Amber and Winfield's marriage started off amicably, and for some time the two were happy in one another's presence. However, in the third year of their arrangement, two would get into terrible bouts, and the following October the two would divorce, leaving Winfield on his own. During this time, he worked as a hot presser while attempting to hone his artistry skills, with several rejected submissions to the paper companies in his area. See, Winfield was stubborn and continued to improve upon his craft for the next several years before being offered a job by a sympathetic friend. His friend Mitch Breyer, head of the Lewinder Tribune, hired Winfield to illustrate short stories in the papers. For a time, Winfield, though a very morose-appearing man, was happy with his work. His work was well received by audiences, especially his illustrations that accompanied the short stories in the paper. His work was characterized by astonishingly detailed creatures and landscapes, with an amazing use of hatching and ink work. Yeah, they were pulled from the Wikimedia Commons, um, which is a great site if you're making an ARG or Unfiction project. You should go to Wikimedia Commons and look through their free for use public domain photos, which we did for this project on with the advice of Nick Nocturne. This arrangement was amicable for a time. However, the cracks of their friendship would start to show when Winfield began to pursue other avenues. By making his own cartoons and attraction on the side, Mitch claimed this was in violation of his agreement and a conflict of interest. In fear of losing his job, Winfield reluctantly dropped his external ventures, an event that caused Winfield to forever hold a grudge against Mitch. Tensions would come to a head when payments for Winfield's work began to come in later and later, with his last payment from the company being several months late. This was the final straw, causing Winfield to sever his relationship with Mitch Breyer and the Lewinder Tribune. Despite being barred from external ventures while working at Lewinder, Winfield had been secretly working on several concepts, inspired by the stories he had illustrated during his career. He had written the prototype for a novel called The Hearth of Meadow Valley. The story detailed the adventures of Millie Moonbeam, a small lightning bug in a fantastical world. After several revisions and much fighting, he managed to secure the assurance of Norwell Publishing in the distribution of his novel. So the part about him working at the Lewinder, this is a story that happens to a lot of people. I feel like if and I something I want to avoid working on this project is, oh, artists are so different from normal people. Normal people don't understand artists. But have you ever had a friend who's like doing a startup or it's like, hey, you're good at drawing. You should draw for my projects. Um, and they don't understand the work that goes into making art, and they kind of throw everything on you. Exactly, Debbie Hydra. Exactly that. But this instance was based on H.P. Lovecraft. A friend offered him a couple small jobs writing stories for his paper, and at first the arrangement was very good, and then the payments started coming in later and later, and he felt very creatively restrained while working there. And we could talk about Lovecraft as a person, which we won't because we don't have the time, but I find that struggle very interesting. Um, the novel was a hit with audiences, with Winfield receiving immense royalties and praise for his work. For a year, he received letters from children expressing their wonderment at the adventures of Millie Moonbeam, as well as a desire for a sequel. In spite of their pleas, Winfield was fairly steadfast in his desire to move on to other projects. Winfield's mind would be changed upon receiving a letter from a little girl that rather bluntly implied him to be a one-hit wonder and capable of commitments. Charmed by her letter, Winfield began writing the sequel to his award-winning novel, and the following year released it to an eager audience. That is also based on oh gosh, why am I just a moment. That is based on Wes Craven, who hadn't directed a horror movie. Well, he had directed a couple of not very good horror movies for a bit after directing a bunch of amazing ones. And then a young fan approached him and said, hey, when are you going to make a good horror movie? Because you haven't made one in a while. And that, according to him, provoked him to write Scream, which would be a very influential horror movie. And that is combined with a little girl writing a letter to the author of Wizard of Oz and convincing him to finally continue the story. See, spurred on by the success of his sequel, and because it was putting food on the table, Winfield would go on to release more books, most being small collections of stories from the world of Meadow Valley. Well, yeah, sometimes we create art out of spite, and sometimes that's our best art. Not always, though. Near the later years of his life, he would enter communication with a company called Cirky Wheel Productions. They had approached him with the offer of adapting Martha Meadow Valley into a live action movie. Ever since his childhood, Winfield had been fascinated by moving pictures, his greatest dream being to have his work shown on the silver screen. With his fame and excitement clouding his judgment, he signed on board and thus began a long and painful production that was also doomed from the start. The movie was a nightmare to work on. The conditions were notably horrible, with several actors and actresses passing out from on the set due to stress. Several props caught fire, one of the actors was poisoned by aluminum dust, multiple writers quit mid-production. Throughout it all, Winfield reported feeling helpless against the inadequacy and ignorance of Circa Wheel, and feeling a sense of doom towards the chances of the film ever completing production. These fears were proven correct. After years of toiling, Circuit Wheel went bankrupt and production ceased. Winfield was then approached by animation studio Liquid Laugh Pictures. The company offered him the chance to make an animated short film featuring Millie Moonbeam. In his desperation to see his work on the big screen, he signed on board without realizing that by doing so he was giving up ownership of Millie to Liquid Laugh. The details of Millie's ownership would not be made explicit to Winfield until after the production release of the film, a film he had been invited to watch the opening showing of. This was an event that drove Winfield to the darkest place of his life, and soon after, he was documented as having made an attempt on his own life. He would retire to his old countryside home and release one more book, featuring his other popular character, Winnie. The book was not received well due to its dark nature and is fairly unknown today. In the final years of his life, he would pour his money into the construction of a library dedicated to the preservation of literature. It took a year and a half to complete and was named the Winfield Library. A month after its completion, he was found dead in the library, his cause of death being undetermined. Here's the Winfield Library upon opening day. Winfield is based heavily on the creator of Wizard of Oz, for better or worse. Mostly worse. Barbara Massey, one of the most prolific writers and artists in American history, Barbara Massey is famous for her book series, The Deep Blue, along with TV show Dorothy Doo and The Deep Blue, and the Dorothy Doo movie. Yeah, but sometimes people just die. People get old, you know? I guess where you die lends significance to the death itself, but sometimes you just die. Barbara had always loved writing ever since childhood. As a young girl, she'd write short stories to entertain her family and friends. She would only take writing seriously as a pursuit after reading the works of R.W. Winfield. author of the Meadow Valley series, and being awestruck by his stories of peril and fantasy filled with fantastical critters. For much of her early years, Barbara would pore over the works of Winfield and listed him as the inspiration for her foray into fantasy literature. However, later in her life, would disavow him. Much of the early literature created by Barbara is unavailable to the public. However, she has gone on record stating that she began her writing career by writing stories for a variety of beauty magazines underneath a pen name. It was here that Barbara honed her skills and learned what it took to hook a reader for a story. The work she did was mostly fantasy fiction, which audiences seemed to enjoy as she kept getting work. Um, whew. Barbara got bored of writing what she described as very similar stories. She had never forgotten her childhood readings of Winfield's work and desired to write a novel of her own that paid homage to these types of stories. At this point, she was a very well traveled woman, and it was during her travels that she formed a special fixation on the seas, sailors, and tales of oceanfarers. These two influences meshed together to inspire her idea for the deep blue. She would travel frequently while writing. It was during her excursions into the city that she would begin a friendship with Patty Greenbale and Matthew Pollock, a pair of puppeteers that would become very critical figures later on in Barbara's life. Barbara would write home frequently to her family during this time, and when she was home, she would write to the people she met during her travels. In the 50s, she would release the first of many novels in the Deep Blue series with the help of publishing company Ansel House, who saw potential in her work. It had a small limited run, but was very quickly sold out. Before long, the book was being sold all across the United States, with demands for a sequel from both publishers and audiences, a demand that Barbara very happily complied with. There would be several more books in the series before Barbara was approached by Echo Broadcasting with the proposal of adapting her series for television. The deal they arranged with her was very unusual in the amount of creative control it gave her. The show was at first proposed to be animated, though Barbara, as we now know, pushed back against the idea. Instead, she contacted her friends, Patty and Matthew, now lead puppeteers at the puppet company Silverstein Stitchy. Just one moment. I need to grab a drink of water, otherwise I'm going to keep stumbling over my words. I'll be right back. Like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let me see. With them, she spoke to the head of. Oh, we already said that part. Oh, I feel ya. The Deep Blue team quickly began production for Dorothy Doo and the Deep Blue, a puppet show that would go on to rock the world. From the beginning, Barbara had a concrete idea of how she wanted the show to be executed, a series of loosely connected stories revolving around Dorothy's adventures through the Deep Blue Sea. With the help of expert puppeteers, experienced musicians, amazing artists, and charismatic actors, the show began its first season at the tail end of the 50s. Barbara helped to assist in puppeteering and voice work. but mainly she sat at the helm of writing. She was very strict with the rule that she was the only one allowed to write dialogue for Dorothy. It should be noted that this is common with creators. Barbara had a very intense connection with Dorothy Doo, and this was reflected in the show as Dorothy having a fireside chat with Barbara at the end of each episode. The pair would discuss what they had learned. Over time, Barbara did gain a talent for puppeteering and would occasionally assist in the operation of the Dorothy puppet. She was an interesting person to work with. As attested by multiple accounts, she had a habit of getting what she wanted through cleverness and stubbornness in equal measure, and had no time for pencil pushers or corporate meddling. When she had an issue with the people upstairs, she would march up to their offices and return soon. See a seaweed would. After, with nothing to say on the matter except, we came to an agreement. Regardless, Barbara was a very warm and comforting personality to be around, according to friends. Someone who always took the wheel of the ship and knew where to steer it. An enthusiastic creator who would make time to speak to anybody who wanted to talk about art. The Dorothy Doo Show would go on for 3 more seasons. Before going on a brief hiatus in the early 60s, Barbara got embroiled in public controversy with accusations being made towards her of being a communist. This occurred on the tail end of the Red Scare, an event that permanently affected the livelihoods of several artists and individuals. Let's see. Barbara had been publicly outspoken against the blacklisting of creatives, and as such found herself in the crossfire. Despite the personal and professional danger such beliefs put her in, she stood her ground all the way to the end of the craze, at which point she was offered an apology from the soon-to-be disbanded committee. It was an apology Barbara did not publicly accept, going so far as to mock it on television. The Dorothy Doo Show would continue to air soon after, with future seasons being ordered by the network. In the meantime, Barbara had begun to write short stories inspired by the show. Let's see. She also established the Dorothy Doo Club fan letter program, along with going before Congress with Dorothy to advocate for improved education. After season 6, Barbara would be approached by Copper Bell Productions with the offer of an animated Dorothy Doo movie. Historically, this was a highly well-regarded movie, and the production would take its own page to describe. Barbara was recorded as having enjoyed the film, yet also stated it had been a very draining experience for her. Perhaps this is why she decided that season 7 of the Dorothy Doo Show would be the end of this saga. After concluding the Dorothy Doo Show, Barbara would move to North Carolina to be close to the beach of her childhood. She kept in regular touch with friends, family, and other creatives, but notably lessened her communication with fans over the course of her retirement. Years later, Barbara would pass away peacefully, surrounded by family in her home. Let's see, Ivan Hoth. Cartoonist, animator, and businessman, Ivan Hoth is one of the most well-known individuals in the history of animation. Born into a family of doctors, he began his artistic career from a young age by drawing his brother's pets, a spider and a goat. He would read the newspaper his father turned over to him, poring over the comic strips, and sighed. And taking inspiration from them in his artwork. It was during these days that his desire to be a cartoonist began. However, his father had different plans and pushed him to pursue the family practice. Ivan was sent off to medical school in hopes he would dissuade his son from the life of an artist. During this period, he would His father's wishes were granted for a short while, with Ivan attending medical school for 2 years. However, Ivan was self-admittedly a poor student and a persistent troublemaker for the staff of the institution. He would draw during class and struggle to focus on lessons. Let's see. He dropped out in his second year and took a variety of work wherever he could, all while continuing to draw. During this period, Ivan would submit multiple comic strips to the papers. Although young and having no prior experience, the quality of his work impressed the head of Kelbridge Chronicle. He showed prominent artist Louis Pardane. Oh, in the early days, he shadowed prominent artist Louis Pardane, a well-regarded cartoonist. The two would quickly become friends, and in their third year of acquaintance, become roommates, sharing an apartment from which they created their own independent comics in secret. The two's friendship could not be overstated. It was incredibly private and introverted. As an incredibly private and introverted individual, Ivan was incredibly shy and struggled to communicate with others. It was Lewis's kindness and mentorship that drew him out of his shell, and the two would hold very long and rousing conversations about the arts and their futures. Most of what we can learn today about Ivan's life is the result of Lewis's recollections. From Lewis, we can learn things such as Ivan's fascination with the morbid and macabre, which is something that has gone unmentioned in official Liquid Laugh books. He had an intense love for ghost stories, tall tales, and folklores, things that influenced his comics and early cartoons he produced at Liquid Laugh. While working at Kelbridge, Ivan began experimenting with animation. He found himself immediately swept up in the possibilities of cartoon motion. It was through his partnership with Lewis that Liquid Laugh Productions would eventually be founded, with both friends leaving behind Kelbridge Chronicle and pulling together with friends met along their artistic careers to make this dream a reality. Let's see. Liquid Laugh struggled during the early days. It was a fledgling animation studio and had to compete against other more established studios. Their earliest character, Hobble the Hound, was not particularly popular, and the works of their studio were only shown at a few small theaters that did not bring in enough revenue for the studio to sustain itself. Ivan and Lewis would regularly work late into the night, long after everyone else had left, brainstorming ideas to keep the company afloat and desperately trying to create something that would propel their studio out of its precarious situation. In interviews, Ivan stated these years to be the most exciting yet horrific years of his life. His nights sleepless with the stress of his dream crumbling before even off the ground. This recollection has been confirmed by accounts from former workers, saying that during the early days of the studio, they would often witness Ivan descending into an almost manic state, pacing, tearing at his hair, and teetering on the edge of collapsing in the studio from sheer exhaustion. Lewis would confide privately in others his worries that the two of them had gotten in over their heads. The future of everyone involved at the studio was uncertain, the clock was ticking, and Hobble the Hound cartoons were being released in declining quality. Luckily, this would all change when Ivan Hoth created Maisie the Marvelous Mutt. Early sketches of Maisie. This mutt, originally designed as a minor character, was extremely popular with audiences. She sprung the studio into stardom, and Ivan would eventually throw away Hobble the Hound in favor of Maisie. Ivan would work on every single production of Liquid Laugh, sometimes as a storyboard artist, and sometimes helping to paint cells. He'd like to be outside his office whenever possible. being amongst his workers and contributing what he could to their productions. The studio would produce several more animated features from the building he and Lewis had rented, and more people would be brought aboard. It became clear to both founders the studios would need to be relocated in order to accommodate for the increased workforce. The two chose Chicago as the new home of Liquid Laugh, and Ivan would cut the ribbon to his new studio to much fanfare. It was a golden new era for Liquid Laugh Pictures. Unbeknownst to the public, however, a dark cloud shadowed over this era in the form of Ivan's health declining from undisclosed causes. He hid this from his employees, and it would not become public knowledge until his death. Despite his fame, Ivan remains a very reserved and private individual. Lewis would typically handle speaking to the press in Ivan's place, and made Ivan an oddity among other studio heads, and he was noted as never showing any interest in starting a family or marrying. Most of his free time would be spent with Lewis, with the two going fishing during the warmer seasons and snowshoeing and skating during the winter. Although his studio would eventually stray away from spooky-natured cartoons, Ivan continued to show his love for the macabre in other ways, such as using much of his personal income to discreetly fund horror movies and smaller science fiction projects, something which would also not be known until after his death. Ivan refused to be credited in these productions. He simply seemed to love the horror genre and desired to give back to it in any way he could. In the last years of his life, Ivan would withdraw further from public life, only being visited by Lewis and longtime co-workers. It is still not known what afflicted Ivan and likely never will be known. Ivan would pass away at his residence with Lewis at his side. Behind the scenes of one of the many projects secretly funded by Ivan. In 1948, Stencil Line Industries, owner of Liquid Laugh Studios, was brought before the Supreme Court regarding its usage of the studio system to snuff out competition and prioritize special treatment of its own pictures and products. Stencil Line had been buying up several theaters and disallowing them from showing films made by competitor Haven Studio. In a stunning decision by the Supreme Court, the verdict was in favor of Stencil Line practices. This ruling would not be overturned until 2020, a decision that is still affecting the landscape of the entertainment industry as companies go through the process of splitting off and restructuring to comply with court orders. An event that took place from 1947 to 1964. During this period, fears of communist infiltration into American culture took grip of the population. Spurred on by Senator Maxwell Byers, the movement claimed that Soviets were disseminating communist propaganda through movies, literature, television, and music in order to brainwash the American populace. If anyone in the creative industry was accused of being a communist, spy/sympathizer, they would be blacklisted from working in the industry and put under investigation. During this time, labor negotiations would break down quickly. In the animation industry, where those unhappy with the treatment they received were expected to stay silent or find themselves blacklisted. This event would die down in the mid-1960s after Maxwell Byers accused several military personnel of communist ties and lost his credibility. Okay, Automod, that I'm gonna allow that. That's hilarious that Automod withheld that message. Um, Thanks, Automod. Try your best. Although in this continuity, the Red Scare takes place in a different time period, and the major person at the head of it is a different person. Unfortunately, many artists would be ruined forever by the events of the Red Scare. Jane Prell. This article was dedicated to an obscure, complicated, and troubled individual, so take heed before warning. We are traveling into an unhappy history with an unsatisfactory ending. With that in mind, let's discuss Jane Prell, digital illustrator, enthusiast for old cartoons, and intense horror fan. Automod censored the words blows me away for being sexual. Most of what we can learn about Jane Prell is sourced from accounts of friends, acquaintances, and those affected by her. We have fairly little info from her own mouth, and her family has been, well, we didn't think it would be right to contact them, nor do we think the information they might have on Jane would be truthful. Jane drew from a young age, but was never upfront with when she got hooked on the idea of cartoons. That said, a large body of her memorable work was released following the young woman's 20th birthday. From her earliest drawings, one could see a heavy focus on rubber hose styled cartoons, body horror, and grasping crowds of hands. She described herself as loving to cram as many details in her artwork as possible. She would draw in this style for about 3 years, posting her art periodically and slowly connecting with other artists she met online. The art was an expression of her love for abstract horror, and she felt that cartoons could be used for so much more in the genre than they typically were. She would often write long, rambling threads about her desire for a slasher movie that starred a cartoon front and center as the antagonist. Jane's in her late 20s, though. Let's see. She was a very troubled individual, graduating university during quarantine and returning to what she described as friends as a stifling, awful suburban family home. She would become increasingly dependent on online communities for attention and human interaction. It was clear that the artist felt alone in her house, regularly preparing for the inevitability of homelessness or being forced into a group home by other family members. Which, as an autistic person, your family member might make this threat sometimes. It's a scary thing that people might say to someone autistic or mentally ill if they don't do what they want, is to threaten to get power of attorney and put you into a group home. Back on track. Let's see. Her desire for connection led into a habit of clinging to other artists she admired online, immediately assuming them to be friends and getting extremely possessive and angry when she felt she was being abandoned for other relationships. Perhaps due to the stress and despair of her situation, she felt trapped and doomed. Regardless, she could be extremely difficult to be around and had a habit of lashing out verbally at those around her. After years of building goodwill online, it all exploded in the year of 2023. She began to slough away acquaintances and friends. It was an event I myself was vaguely aware of, but this is mainly through gossip and secondhand information from friends. During this time, her most violent and bleak art would be made, with her infamous character, the Slishy Slasher, featuring amongst the most troubling of them. Yeah, it's not fun how the mental health institutions are used as jail too. Um, they are literally jail too. A big part and controversy of her new art was that it featured her cartoon killer slaughtering inanimate puppets. It was something that scared off a lot of people, but when questioned about it, she had multiple explanations behind the meaning of her art. According to her, she felt like a puppet in her household as an autistic person who had let her life be written out for her and forced to play a specific role. The art was stated to be an expression of self harm, hoping for someone to cut her strings. But on another account, she stated to be a manifestation of her borderline personality disorder, a killer of relationships. Both are probably true. Regardless, she would sink deeper away from online spaces until she went missing. Nothing has been posted from her since. No matter how troubled of a person she might be, she could be deeply unpleasant and had an aversion to responsibility. But some pity is earned, I think. As someone who pities her, I think I am obligated to archive her work as an artist. We can only speculate on what could have been if she just worked on herself more. Months ago, someone sent me a link to her series of artwork surrounding a conceptual book called The Stars in Blue, a book that would have explored more Slushy Slasher's history, and perhaps reflect a more tender and remorseful side of Jane as she worked to give her character a happy ending. I have been working with several art friends in order to restore this book in the form of a collaborative project, in which everyone in the group draws a page described by Jane in the note she left behind. Just a moment. It's hard, um, having mental illness online, but sometimes, and it sucks when you have such a black and white view of the world that you think everyone's either good or bad, and you can't possibly be bad because how could you ever hurt anyone else unless you were an evil, evil person? So everyone else must obviously be evil and just be out to get you. Um, and the first step to improving is throwing all that away, which is really hard. God, I know it's hard. Um, to accept that about yourself, that you might have done something that hurt yourself, and then to instead of like whipping yourself constantly, actually put in the work to improve as a person. It's really hard. I know when it first manifested in myself, I had no idea what was happening. As far as I had known, the only time I've ever heard BPD as a term was in regards to family members that were straight up awful people, and in regards to other awful people. I'd never heard it in regards to normal people, or, yeah. Um, Now let's see. We are finally at the Creative Archives. No self improvement can be caused by hurting yourself more. And the people you hurt do not want you to hurt yourself, they just want you to take responsibility. I will not be reading all these archive items for the sake of my voice, but I will read my favorite ones and the ones that are important. But I will linger on the page so you all can read them for like 30 seconds. This art was drawn by Blank Boyo on Twitter, an amazing artist you should also follow. And if you ever just want to look at one character, down here you can click on Maisie the Mutt, and there, it's everything from that single character right there for you to look at. Maybelle Braybells This was mentioned earlier. The stars of film. And this is Hobble the Hound. Okay, now I'm gonna play this, and now I'm reminding myself to mute my mic and turn on desktop volume.
Telectrica Innovations. Are your mornings lacking that little thing that makes them ring? Tired of cold, spongy bread? Telectrica Innovations presents to you the Telectrica Toaster. Produced by the innovators at Telectrica Labs, this toaster is blessed with a shiny, sleek exterior and high-quality nichrome wires to ensure your bread is hot, hot, hot. In seconds, the Telectrica Toaster toasts and serves your morning breakfast to you. With an adjustable heat dial and timer control knob, you can ensure breakfast is just the way you want it to be. Call 800-555-0150 to buy now. Telectrica Innovations. We lend a spark to life.
Okay. If you see these things under here, this is just alt text. Squarespace only allows 250 characters per alt text description. So to work around that awful character limit, we just put our alt text below the image. Yep, no phone numbers or alt text are real. The phone numbers included are for the fictional, between the numbers reserved for fictional stories, and no addresses or people that appear in this should be contacted. Now then. And I just think that's important, just to make sure you should always make sure no one goes too far looking into an ARG. The reason Squarespace says is, oh, screen reader technology can only read up to 250 characters before it stops reading. And having asked around, apparently that reason is bullshit. Or it is a very old reason that is no longer relevant, and Squarespace just chooses not to increase the character limit. I know, it's such a bullshit reason that the moment, not to be crass, but the moment I read it, I was like, I don't believe that. That doesn't seem right. That sounds like a made up answer. Here's a Dorothy Doom read along book made by Misfit Puppet. Amazing artist. Amazing friend. I will say, if you want to check this out in your own time to read the articles, there are no sudden pop up scares that will happen to you while reading through the articles. If that is why you might be afraid to read through them, I don't believe in that type of scare. Most of our scares are you get taken to another web page and then the horror starts. Just because the former feels kind of cheap. I don't really like that stuff. They're also not screamers. you have seen this art. This is by Silly Symbol. Amazing artist. Silly Symbol is an amazing artist. Go follow them. Amazingly skilled young artist. And the greatest thing about this project for me has been getting to work with so many artists and see how they work and look through their portfolio. It's been an amazing experience. And I will be listing off the artists behind some of these drawings as we go through, as long as I remember. These were made by Laxland. This was also made by Laxland. This doesn't have sound. We've already looked through this article. This was made by Pel/Zombie. Um, Z with Z A with an at Ombi. But everyone's usernames are on the credits page. Oh, I'm glad your cats are watching the stream. That makes me happy. You could pick up Beatrice and throw her across the room like a ping pong ball, and she would be fine. She would bounce right off the wall. These are based on the old Mickey Mouse dolls. Um, Debbie Hydra, I know what you're talking about. I saw that at Chuck E. Cheese's all the time, and I was fascinated by that game. I was fascinated by it. content warning for illustrated blood and violence. This is the first of Jane Prell's art. And this is apparently the earliest version of the slushy slasher in Jane's art. Let me know if I'm going too fast through these, by the way. I am trying to linger. Here's the first of Bartleby Brand's factory stuff. Um, Factory tours were a great source of additional income during the prime years of Bartleby Brands. Bartleby would restructure sections of their factories in order for the public to walk through and see how their favorite products were created. However, the conditions inside the sections were decidedly not the standard for the majority of their workers. Regardless, it was a popular and exciting opportunity for more well-off families to visit and explore, as well as an efficient way for the company to market and control the public perception of their brands. Yeah, you just have to follow the little bee markers on the ground, and if you and not wander off or trip into a stirring vat or a granary. As mentioned above, these factory tours rarely showed the greater picture. Sometimes factories would include specific rooms built solely for the purpose of factory tours, and accounts from workers. The chance to work in these sections was highly fought over, as they were more sanitary, less dangerous, and better lit. Workers also had to deal with a constant
Brings you a decree on behalf of Bartleby Brands. Sugary sweets and wonders galore, we formally offer a factory tour. Visit our factory and see firsthand how your favorite treats are made. Traverse through the factory's state-of-the-art botanical gardens and watch our busy bees as they diligently make our famous Bartleby brand honey. Your children will have the opportunity to meet me, the one and only Beatrice B.E., ruler of the Candy Kingdom, bringer of sweets and joy. Call 800-555-0125 to sign up and receive your visitation package via the mail. We eagerly await your visit to our Candy Kingdom. With a honeyed home and a whoop-de-doo, Bartleby's Brands provides for you.
Oh, it is? Shit. Um,
Beatrice Baby brings you a decree on behalf of Bartleby Brands. Sugary sweets and wonders galore, we formally offer a factory tour. Visit our factory and see firsthand how your favorite treats are made.
Traverse through the factory's state-of-the-art botanical gardens and watch our busy bees as they diligently make our famous Bartleby brand honey. Your children will have the opportunity to meet me, the one and only Beatrice B.E., ruler of the Candy Kingdom, bringer of sweets and joy. Call 800-555-0125 to sign up and receive your visitation package via the mail.
We eagerly await your visit to our Candy Kingdom. With a honeyed home and a whoop-de-doo, Bartleby's Brands provides for you.
I'll be right back. I need to go do something real quick. Five minutes. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Remember to stretch, otherwise you get very painful cramps. Wouldn't recommend. Now let's see. First secret. I mean, our first big secret, I suppose. There are six senses that a human might experience in their life. For six is a spectacular and fabled number for all manner of trickery and spectrums. Sight, to see something brilliant. Smell, to heighten your appreciation. Taste, to make life truly living. Touch, to master the world around you. Hear, to make all rhyme. And thought, to dwindle and idle, to lead one down a different path than the previous five senses. A beautiful sight of the honeycomb, surely, for it can lead you silly little things to things like me. Deep in the factory darkness, your eyes will fail you, for the gloom will spread like tar across them. The sense of smell is rendered inert. The choking smoke and dust and sweet smells are simply too much. Taste? Well, I suppose I didn't say it wouldn't do you much good anyways. Touch? You may fumble for a while across winding halls, tracing concrete walls, but in fruitless effort. And hearing? Hmm, I suppose it might help to keep yourself steady, but all certainly fades in time. But thought, it will lead you to me. You'll wander and wander with steps entwined, my melody calling you close with heavenly rhyme. That's right. Come closer and rest your head. That's right. Let your shoulders ease. Come to me. Come closer now. Closer. Closer. That's right. Come closer. Come here. Out of the way, paranoid, superstition person. I'm about to get it. Immediately dies. Immediately gets turned into honey. As a major candy producer worldwide, Bartleby Brands was heavily involved in Halloween marketing during its lifespan. The company would regularly host Halloween kickoff events, da da da. Although sales surged for the product, its downfall was the result of mislabeling. The bag was marked as 100% freedom peanut free. However, among the candies included was a Beatrice butter bar, which did in fact contain peanuts. Several children, parents, and other individuals were hospitalized due to this error, with massive recalls to follow. Ultimately, this would be a brief bump in the company's progress. The Supreme Court ruled in the ensuing hearings that Bartleby was not in violation of the law for false advertising. Yes, when you find chicken bones in your boneless chicken or so on, you can thank Bartleby Brands. It literally happened last year in Ohio. Some guy got a chicken bone stuck in his throat after eating boneless chicken. And the Ohio Supreme Court says that that's okay. That they didn't wouldn't be held responsible for it. Yeah, I'm being a little quiet. Sorry. No, I was just being quiet. Literally, I'm just resting my voice until we get to like the stuff I really want to read out, so I don't destroy my voice. Oh, content warning for next page. Another slishy slasher concept. Some of Jane Pearl's earliest work of the slishy slasher, the second image being a compiled page of digital doodles. As you can see here, these works are intensely violent, the slasher depicted with barbaric intentions towards her victims and truly earning her name. These pictures are notable for the variation in how she was depicted character design wise. This was the moment Jane started experimenting with art styles other than classic rubber hose, leaning into UPA. It's here we get the barest hints of the character's personality as well. Are these depictions of how Jane felt towards those around her signs of a darker nature? Well, no. From what we can tell from her notes, this is a depiction of how Jane felt about her relationships, how she felt she was interacting with and ruining them. These drawings are nothing more of a depiction are more of a depiction of how she felt she was butchering any connection she had with others rather than an expression of malice. The puppets are mentioned to be an expression of how she felt like a puppet trapped in her household, and the slishy slasher butchering them being a form of self harm. Paradoxically, the slasher and her victims are both representations of Jane. These two images can be saved and edited, and look hard because there is text there, and the letters are wingdings too. Oh, hi! Nice to see you tonight. Let's take a walk together, yeah? Come on, I carved an opening just for you. Nice walk, isn't it? The city is nice and chilly, and the moon's never been clear. Nights like these I remember when it was just me and another, Jane, walking along the streets and shivering beneath the cold. But we didn't care, because it reminded us we were alive and we were grateful to be alive. We'd walk past the people all connected to their own stories and feel a comfort in being connected to our own. Hundreds of strangers passing by each other to night classes and family dinners, each and every one isolated during that walk in their own mediations. I miss those nights. So I'm grateful you are taking this walk with me. Maybe I can offer something to you, though. I've seen you around, poking your nose into batter dens, and flailing about confused when your hand comes out bitten. Not judging, not judging. Jane was the same way. With people, she'd convinced herself she was fine with loneliness. But when someone she thought was cool showed interest in her work, she felt those cold waters turn to gasoline. And the gasoline clouded her mind. Relationships are intoxicating, but unavoidable. It was only a matter of time before she opened herself back up, stuck her hands into the unknown to grasp the hand of another. Would you like something to scratch at? It was nice, really nice at first, but I wanted more and she wanted to keep things the same. Both of us feared the ulterior, the possibility of a deafening end. Some way or another we did survive for a time in that space, trading back and forth pictures and drawings of dogs and fireflies. We had been alone so long we thought we could do no harm. To have such an exhilarating comfort of someone we felt safe to talk to. Did we feel safe, though? Sometimes we didn't. Sometimes we felt that saying too much or not enough would kill the flower, and the conversations became a tightrope of adjusting and fine-tuning the weight and volume of words. When we first got kicked to the curb, it took a while to raise her face to the sun again. When she did, she really did try at first to reflect on events, to go, "Oh, this is why it happened. It was my fault." But things quickly went downhill as the cycle of thoughts turned around and around inside her head. She became she began to feel angry. She began to feel afraid. The pressures of other things in her life crept into the narrative, making her feel as if they had been connected all along. Everyone knew everyone, and everyone was an enemy. Everyone was trying to take away her friends and her joy. Her mind would invent reasons for her to be the victim in this horror movie. She had been the final girl her entire life, so clearly this recent rejection was just another asshole in a long chain of abusers who had hounded her since birth and kept her away from the fire whenever she tried to get warm. Her mind would play tricks on her, misremembering events and words, looking deeper into the use of words and finding that one word in a sentence was colder than the others, that the letter lacked warmth of the rest. Everywhere she went, she was held at arm's length. Quickly, she learned that justice was a concrete meaning, and that to make someone unhappy was the first step to social exile. There were periods when she would feel better. When the light of accountability and self-reflection shone through the dark cloud, she would go, "I understand. This is what I did wrong, and I don't hate them anymore. I understand why I'm no longer allowed around them. I'm going to move on and make new friends." And she would fall asleep with her mind at ease and wake up the next day full of rage and loathing, her mind switching like a stoplight to projection and once again blaming anyone but herself. I helped pull the switch a little. It's just my nature. And when someone hurts me, I don't forget, no matter who hurt me first. Separation was a violence to me. Remanding me was an act of assault. It was a draining thing to feel so completely angry and alone, and battle against your thoughts with debt and homelessness creeping in. She began to lash out further, with my hand helping to guide the blade and reaffirm her belief that hate is a just act when it's at someone who cut you off. Eventually she would withdraw, unwelcome from everywhere, an emotional felon barred from 50 sites and forums and alone in her small house with nothing but me in her mind. Every day she would cry out, "This is so unfair! Someone help me!" Please, I can't help myself out of this alone. But everyone knew how to steer clear. To be unpleasant to others means to bear the consequences. To be allowed to fall into poverty, debt, homelessness, and gender-related violence was the greatest act of justice within a world of those who had to focus on more important topics like why it's counterculture to drink and drive, why should I have to wash my hands, and to wear a mask is violence, why it's radical to cheat on my partner. She grew angrier. She grew sadder. Eventually, the land died, and nothing grew at all, shying away in her room, waiting for eviction days slipping out of her clenched fingers. She would ultimately create a theory of why she had been mistreated, and it was because of them. It was because of them, she thought, because she had only been trying to be nice and connect and protect her new friendship. But the others had been stupid and blunt and selfish and not bothered to check in on her situation or help her find safety or even learn how to find safety on her own. She theorized and then knew as immediately as it appeared in her thoughts that this was true and that the reasons the others disliked her was not for the fabled behavior of stalking and saying shit about them behind their backs, because there was something different about her, something everyone else could see that made them compelled to enact cruelties on her. And yes, they were cruelties, for how could anyone see someone who had suffered as much as she had up until now and then decide not to answer her messages on schedule or make time for her? How could anyone be so cruel unless they were some secret other that craved to enact violence on her for her condition? Is my voice acting doing okay? I thought this would be fun to do. Viol- and if they were a secret other and the world accepted the other violence against her, violence disguised defined as the act of separation, putting one's foot down, of saying, please leave me alone, then the world must be made up entirely of an other that was not a secret and instead in plain view, and she was an aberration in the toolbox that had been used to construct a reality built on connections built between people who could climb over each other and get to shake the hand of the person on top. And in this way, she decided that the reason she had been shunned was for an immoral reason, and this was an expression of a boundary. A boundary was illegitimate and faulty and aimed towards her in violence, and that for this she was socially justified to strike back twice and meaner with words she didn't believe, but that caused just as much harm, regardless of intent. She knew that with the expression of retaliation against those who had flung her aside when she bit her hand, she could eventually garner back their favor in the form of tears, favor defined as the attention obtained by any means necessary. And although the desire for attention could be labeled as detrimental to prosperity in the 21st century, it was nevertheless a stimulant important to the functioning body of a human animal that stood on two legs and held video conferences, but regardless was a beast that used to sit in the field and gather others to be comfort and comfort. I'm not going to scream this part because I respect my neighbors too much. So if the rejection of community from strangers she had not known the faces of meant that she was marked with the mark of a problem, and this could not be allowed into the sacred garden of communication with the people you want to garden with, then the mark must be just, but not in all levels, but in a form that went so high before stopping at the precipice of morality, so thus could only this mark be just within a system that could be marked against for its many failures, and thus all the people in it too must be unjust and licking their lips at the thought of dining on her and hurting her, just in the same way her mother and her peers had preyed upon her, and she decided it meant any action of discomfort or separation towards her must be unjust and intent from demons wearing the faces of people who she had trusted and put her effort and morality into and leaned on like a crutch until they buckled under the weight. And it was in this case all of them must be representatives of an active system of violence, and there could be no other reason for them to say, I don't feel comfortable for you. Please leave me be. There could be no other reason. There couldn't. She lived in a world of justice, and if justice was to be believed, then for the failure of every relationship, a case must be formed to determine who is good and who is at fault. And if at fault, then the many-faced judge wearing your own face deep in the center will determine that your actions were of pure malice and present you a certificate acknowledging that you are a being of mortal failings, and you must sit with the certificate for the rest of your life, chasing shadows of the people who want you to stay away, and thinking that there is no point in getting better, because this certificate that lies in your hand is proof that you are inherently evil and vile and must stay in your assigned seat for the rest of your life. And so Jane sat there at the bottom of herself, chewing on the remains of memories and conversations had long ago, waiting for their source to return on hands and knees, pleading for new conversations. In her mind, she likes to pretend that she would reject them and fling them into the many relationships below, but truthfully, she knows she would get on her hands and knees and beg for a future of nothing but uneasy smiles and trying to keep things cozy. The thought fills her with bile, and as the days till her eviction near, she lays in bed gleeful for the moment the pain goes away, and that her mind is no longer whirls around between thought after thought, flipping back and forth between the views she has of a person she will never see again. Just a moment. Mm, how do I ban someone? Mm, get out of my chat. No ads here. On a day she is forced outside the house to walk and not take up space, she stumbles into a teacher she has not seen since high school, and she is told there are programs for people like her. She tries to mumble out a response of, "No, thank you." But in that moment, her desperation is seized, and she begs and pleads for salvation that she feels unworthy of receiving. The teacher, who she vaguely remembers having left town many years ago, explaining away her resignation as due to conflicts of textbook content and morality, smiles. She wears baggy clothing that seems too damp for the summer air, and there is smell of something Jane has not smelled for years, something not of the suburban place. No, it is ocean water. And at that moment, she feels peace and she feels the capacity to let down her guard around someone who is much too nice in contrast to hazy memories of an old crone raving around about books and their purity. Nobody has bothered to smile at Jane in years, a warm, comforting smile. She says she can tell Jane is lacking community here and tells her that she can stay with her, that there's a community she would love for her to meet, one with plenty of capacity to make not only the loneliness go away, but the money and debt collectors go away too. Jane takes her hands, and maybe in the future, we can take another walk.
Electrica Innovations. We lend a spark to life. We curve the current to our fingertips in the pursuit of products that make your life convenient, healthy, and bright. As one of the biggest providers of electricity in the U.S. and the engineers of applications you use day to day, we thank you for your patronage. Everything we create for you. Telectrica Innovations. We lend a spark to life.
I can't say. You'll just have to wait for further updates to see what happens. See a dime in the number. Thank you for staying. Thanks for hanging out with us. Nathan Wagner is the voice of Teleelectric, and exactly who I. His voice is exactly how I imagined him when I was doing casting calls. I painted this pumpkin for the first update. I painted this pumpkin. I'm resting my voice. That was a lot, and I kind of knew it would be a lot, but don't regret voicing that section. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably see if I can archive it. I might have to split it into parts, but and I've never archived it before, but I'm sure I'll be able to do that. Thank you, Devi Hydra. I'm excited. Notice how every Heke entry says this archive item is dedicated to Ikak. We miss you so much. And after this part, we will get to the page updates, which will shed some light on some of the very mysterious happenings that we've been occurring, but not all of them, or not even most of them. But this story is much of a nightmare of relationships. Is there a way to download it after I end it, though, now, though? After I end it today? Is there a way to keep it? I'll have to. I might even have to ask Nick for help on that, but we'll see. Well, obviously, viewers wouldn't be able to download it, although I wish they would for archival reasons. Worst comes to worst, I'll just screen record the damn thing on my computer or something, but I'll figure something out. This asset was created by Cloudy, or physical prop work is one of the coolest parts about this project to me. That there are like physical props in the real world. See a hedgehog. Um, Heke has 3 voice actors for reasons. Time for another secret. My voice is recovered, by the way. See you, Miscellaneous. Thanks for joining us. Now, um, if you check out Nick Nocturne's video, he reversed the audio, so you can hear it. That was an accident. How do I turn that off? No, don't read aloud. Don't don't read it aloud. A bit of an unusual post today. This will be a history lesson, a discussion on our local mystery and creative archive posts all in one, which is to say, this fair article will be fairly large compared to what is usually posted on the creative archives. In this article, we will be covering beauty company Troy Brands with their beloved mascot Helena Troy and their creative ventures. We will also be looking at possible connections between their character and local cartoon mystery, Miss Hecate. Founded in the late 50s, Troy Brands was a relatively small company started on a small dream by an even smaller individual known as Phil Barnum. Barnum's background in beauty and fashion was nothing special, however, he was among many trying to get a foot in the door. During an era in which fashion and beauty were being revolutionized, the potential for fortune was ripe for the taking. Starting Troy Brands with a large loan from his father and the support of friends already in the industry, Barnum would try for years to make a name for his company in the industry. He was an amazing marketing man, but in the words of his own friends, not so good at releasing quality products. It was this mix of showmanship and incompetence that saw the company struggling along for 2 or so years, barely turning enough a profit to stay afloat, but always with filmmaking promises of, we'll get big a bit eventually, if you stick with me, to underpaid employees. With this in mind, it shouldn't be that surprising to learn that in the year of 1958, debt collectors were visiting the premises regularly, and Barnum was stuck in his office, desperately trying to figure out how to pull the company out of its situation. This all changed in the summer of that same year, when Barnum emerged from his office presenting his small marketing team the design that would end up saving the company. It should be noted that Barnum was not a good artist, failing to make a living off of artwork prior to this venture, and this work, while available for viewing, is honestly so poor it would be an insult to him to host it on the site. However, the pressure of incoming financial ruin must have lit a fire in the man's creative ability, because the character he presented to his marketing team was an instant hit. Helena Troy, the pretty friend of every girl and gal. Every friend needs a friend. Every girl needs a friend, and Helena Troy is the friend of every girl. Look your best every day with Troy Beauty, from hair to lip, eyes to skin. Troy Beauty has the perfect product to turn you glamorous and enchanting in the blink of an eye. High quality ingredients, high quality products. Try our new skin cream for spa soft skin in seconds. Troy Beauty Cosmetics make a lovelier, more dazzling you. Be the creme de la creme, the beautiful girl that makes cities topple in her wake, just like Helena Troy. Good night, Debbie Hydra. Her name was Helena Troy, an obvious play on Helen of Troy from mythology. With a cute visage and stylish outfit, this character immediately moved into the main marketing for the company, and from there things seemed to improve. People from all over the country were forming lines to buy their products, and the quality of their beauty line began to increase rapidly. Helena was described as every girl's best friend, and the girl so beautiful cities topple in her wake. This prior model would extend to Troy Brand's intense marketing aimed towards young women and girls who became the prime customers. Soon, almost every household in America could be found to contain their beauty products, with little girls across the country owning Troy Brand play purses and nail polish. The company's rise in the beauty industry was not without casualties, as many beauty companies, some owned by the friends who had helped Barnum to get his start in the first place, would be forced to shutter their doors due to being undercut by Troy Brand's low prices and quality products. It should be here that we note Barnum was a very ruthless businessman. He was reported to leave his friends hanging in peril, waiting for them to declare bankruptcy before swooping in to plunder their corporate empire and bringing it under the Troy Brand fold. When a beauty company started to show promise of being a future threat, Troy would do one of two things: buy out the company and give the former owners positions as consultants, or starve them out of customers and approach them again with the same offer. Helena Troy, meanwhile, would feature on lipstick, nail polish, clothing, beauty magazines, and more. Her character was stated to be a woman who lived for the excess of life and let her heart take the steering wheel. She was also typically portrayed as someone who, when seeing something she wanted, would doggedly pursue it, often to her own detriment. In magazine strips and production art, Helena would tend to fall in love with someone or obsess over something, and when this happened, her eyes would narrow together in a heart shape. This was referred to in production art as her love blinders. These stories would usually end with Helena nearly getting what she wanted, but then at the last minute would get too ambitious and ruin everything for herself. This would range from accidentally sending her love interest tumbling off Niagara Falls, or opening a brand new theater production way too early and selling no seats at all. Helena's popularity would grow so much that plans were made to create an animated TV show featuring her as the protagonist. Living in a world called Beautyland from production stories, it would have been a very thinly veiled advertisement for future Troy Brand products, which is not that surprising. What is surprising, however, is the event that would bring the company to its knees, Helena Troy into obscurity, and Phil Barnum to a grisly end. By 1967, the company was rapidly making plans for new ventures and greater scopes. Barnum was the leading name in the industry, and Helena Troy was a name recognized by every passerby. Troy Brands, in a display of their success and wealth, would host a beauty expo on which they showed off developments in their products. Models wore Troy Brand's finest clothing, and Helena balloons floated across the sky. It was an amazing event, and Troy Brands revealed their greatest product yet, a skin cream that leaves a person's skin silky smooth, free of blemishes, acne, and other such things. It is predicted to be a massive success, and from the gleeful reactions of testers, the company's newest miracle products seem to have a very bright future. Tragically, skin cream was not tested thoroughly before being used on volunteers at the fair. All I can say is that multiple people were left harmed and countless others were left dead. The pictures are not something I would feel comfortable sharing, and although there is an account we have gotten from our historian's interview with someone affected by this event, I'm still unsure whether it would be right to post it on the site, for you or for them. I'll have to see. The following month, the company would be pulled before a hearing and slapped with heavy fines, punishments, and more, something the company would almost immediately topple under the weight of. Barnum would be found dead in his personal quarters the following months, police claiming the cause of death was from gunfire. At least they presume so. A big mystery with Phil's death is that although his body was perforated with many holes that would indicate gunshot wounds, inspectors could not find any bullets nor damage to the surrounding room. To this day, it's a big mystery how he met his demise. Perhaps it was an angry investor or vigilante justice from the family of those harmed by his final product. Regardless, it's a gruesome end to a morbid tale. Helena Troy, every girl's best friend, would topple with the company, forgotten by time and largely unnoticed until today, as I write about her. A big question you longtime readers of the blog may be wondering is if Helena Troy has any connection to Miss Hecate, our local cartoon mystery. The answer is, to me and you, frustratingly vague. In all my research, I have found no mention of Hecate. However, the two are so similar in appearance that there must be some sort of influence. After all, Barnum was documented as being a notorious thief of toppled companies' ideas and belonging. Or maybe that could just be my mind stringing things together. Clues where there are none, just many red yarn threads that collect to each other without any actual meaning. There is a single written quote regarding the character's creation from Barnum himself. I was under a lot of pressure. I was desperate to make the company work or I'd be strung up by debt collectors and other folks. However, under all that pressure, an idea wormed its way into my brain. It was a little cartoon doll with a red dress and white buttons and two horns. I drew it out immediately and was instantly transfixed by the character. This, I thought, this is what will save my company. Knowing Barnum's history of lying and sabotage, I'm not sure how much of his account we can believe. I can't help but notice his use of the word worming. Knowing Hecate's 1930s appearance was documented as being worm-like, I wonder if he was hinting at the inspiration behind Helena? When I got contacted about Helena Troy, I immediately sprung on the opportunity to write about her. She's so fascinating to me, and a little sad. Forgotten for years. I hope she'll enjoy her place on our website. I think if she was alive, she'd enjoy being read about and admired just like she used to, all the way back in the 60s when she was every girl's best friend. Now, to updates. We're in the home stretch, everyone. Hurrah! Welcome! After much researching, drawing, typing, and weeping, while coding, the Pendog Creative Library is officially launched. I would like to thank everyone who made this possible, from my amazing team to those who gave us tips and leads regarding our research. You make me beam with pride towards what we have achieved. Now, you may be asking yourself, what's next for us? Well, do not fret. I'm happy to say we will be continuing our research for now and writing articles for the archives. My team and I are so thrilled to be making this idea real and be sharing more with you in the near future. Penny M. Hello and hurrah! We made it to summer. I could not be more thrilled that the site has received such positive reception. Since publishing the library, we have received calls, emails, submissions, and more from friends, friends of friends, and others. We are so grateful for your continued support, as it makes furthering our research that much easier. This is a short update, but have a nice summer. Go get some sun and read a book on the beach. Penny M. Library trip. Wow. I had no idea would ever happen, but my team and I were just invited to visit the R.W. Winfield Library as part of our research for the website. Sorry if you can hear my sister's dog. Just a moment. I had no idea this would ever happen, but my team and I were invited to visit the R.W. Winfield Library as part of our research for the website. This is huge. I have no idea if it was on the recommendation of someone else or our emails asking questions about the building and author, but somehow those in charge of the library became aware of us. I cannot overstate how huge this is for our project. It's a paid trip, and we will be allowed to see the library archives and more. My head is spinning right now. This is so thrilling. This is such a big deal for me that our work is being perceived by an organization dedicated to the preservation of literature, and they want us to visit. I'll do my best to take lots of pictures and keep you all updated. Penny M. Hello, everyone. Happy fall! Especially for you skydivers out there. The Pendog Creative Library has grown considerably since the last update. New character articles and artist biographies, go check them out. I decided that from here on out, I'd like to include my art in the updates, so you all can get to know me much better and see what I do as an artist. After all, love of art is why I created this website. I've been a bit burnt out recently, so a lot of this is older stuff from my portfolio. Regardless, I hope you'll see how what we research on the archives influences my art style. It's the thing, it's the site header, oh my god! The secret of Pendog Creative Library is what the site header is. Uh, I drew this piece based off of the Millie Moonbeam show, which, if you've read her character page, completed production but was never released. Needless to say, it was all very disappointing to hear. I drew this based off of R.W. Winfield's writing and the new Millie design to try and envision what the show might have looked like. This is my most popular piece, and it's one that helped me meet a lot of people. Some good, some bad, but mostly good. Before then, it was just Emma that I talked to. I don't really leave the house much, but yeah, I met some amazing people, especially someone who really, really loved drawing Rubber Hose cartoons as much as I did, even if they later moved on to different art styles, as have I. A lot of my older art focused on very intricate, complex compositions. This one was actually first drawn on paper before being scanned, lined digitally, and then edited in Photoshop to add those warm hues to the center of the illustration. Every drawing I did before and after this one was on a similar scale, which I would not recommend. If you are young and still have that fire in you, please don't try to make every single drawing complex and the best. You'll thank me later. All I can tell is all also you can tell I really like drawing leaves and repeated objects because I do. It's a good way to fill a space. Have a wonderful day, Penny M. That's how I burn out the first time, so take that advice. Take that advice and run with it. That's how I burn out so bad that I didn't draw for 6 months. Penny here. I wanted to promote a group we have been working with since the founding of the site, the Found Finders. Run by team member Ikak, this group is dedicated to finding lost media and restoring it / distributing it to the public. This group has been instrumental to many of our findings, which you have seen in our site archives. Lots of the featured works here would be lost forever if not for their amazing help. All of this tireless work is done for free in the interest of making all media available for public consumption. They conduct interviews, track ownership history, and hunt down artwork with an extreme persistence that rivals anyone I've ever met. With this in mind, you should check out their webpage below and throw them a donation if you're able. Thank you so much! Update. Due to recent events, I thought it would be best to remove the link from this site. Thanks for your understanding. Here's your regular update art for me. This one is a little older than my last drawing. If you didn't know, I was a big fan of Millie Moonbeam. If you didn't know I was a big fan of Millie Moonbeam before, you probably do now. I just find her endlessly fascinating, and her history is very sad to me. That poor cartoon, separated from her friend Winnie, even if said friend was malicious and harmful. Speaking from experience, it still hurts to lose a friend regardless of how hurtful or awful they may have been. So that's one reason I relate to Millie, although I was a fan of her before I had those life experiences. I've always loved Rubber Hose cartoons, ever since the first time I saw Maisie the Mutt short, so it's kind of natural my art would lean into the style once I started drawing. What is this drawing based on? Well, it's based on Millie's history as a character, an object of desire that was stolen by liars and underhanded businessmen, but wasn't used for much of anything. I think I forgot to put it in the history article, but do you know RW did briefly pursue legal action before finally giving up on ever recovering Millie? It never amounted to anything, but yeah, the fight over Millie is very interesting. I try putting myself in this fictional character's shoes, to be the object of affection for beings much larger and powerful than you. To be the object of unwanted affection and attention, yeah. I think a lot of people could relate to that. Penny M. Museum trip. Heading to a museum that offered us an opportunity to see artwork related to our local cartoon mystery Miss Hecate. Pretty excited. If I can be honest, I've been thinking a lot about this character lately and how fond I've become of her since starting this project. She's brought so many friends together in the pursuit of figuring out her history. Anyways, museum, super cool painting. Keep an eye out for a new Creative Archive article in the next few days. A more recent drawing, this time, but not for me. This was a gift from someone I knew once upon a time. When I told them that Millie was one of my favorite characters, they drew this instantly. It was actually really sweet of them. I still hold on to it even after everything. From time to time, I'll include art drawn for me / the site by friends, just to show them. I will say this art is a bit out of character for Millie. This is more the kind of behavior you'd expect from Winnie, but knowing the artist's other works, this is not normal for them. They had a pretty dark inclinations when drawing, as do I, so I guess I can't judge. This was one of the last Rubber Hose drawings they drew too, by the way. I still think fondly of this art, and those times. Do you want to know a secret about being an online artist? It can be so very lonely. It's true. If you let yourself stick back and not engage with your peers, it can be horridly isolating. That's one of the reasons they were elated when we met online and started chatting. Hello everyone, I'm aware that ever since our last update, the site has been experiencing some errors and slow loading times. I'm currently looking into what may be the issue here. That unfortunately involves a lot of hours of going through pages, checking file sizes, and waiting on call with our provider. In the worst case scenario, we may need to switch domains or upgrade our plan, but hopefully it won't come to that. Penny M. Hello everyone! Looks like the issue resolved itself after much fiddling with the site and weeping in anguish. I am not sure if the fix came about for my intervention or just naturally smoothed itself out. However, we are back on track and I apologize for the inconvenience. In other news, I've got something exciting to tell you as soon as I'm allowed. Stay tuned. As usual, here's some more of my art. Here's a few drawings I drew for the artists I mentioned in the last update blog. I felt it was only right to draw something for them in return for drawing my favorite character. She herself was more partial to Maisie the Mutt, so I did some doodles of her modern and early designs. Here's something I drew for my close friend of many years, Emma. She really adores Maisie too, and I thought it would be funny to make her into a fashion model with a fake name and put her on a magazine cover. If you haven't checked out Emma's work, you really should. Her puppets are really cool, and her work restoring them is downright miraculous. We've been through a lot together, and she even had my back when someone online was really awful to me. Be careful online in general, but gosh, when you're an artist, it's way easier for people to form weird parasocial relationships towards you. Penny M. Hi everyone, I have some big news for you. As you may know, we have been working with ICAC and the Found Fighters for a while now to hunt down the history behind art mystery Miss Hecate. For the longest time, it's been thought that her original 1930s cartoon had been lost forever, and even today, we don't know what her designs prior to 1950 looked like. Until now, because ICAC and friends found a VHS containing one of Hecate's original cartoons. This is super exciting. ICAC and friends are going to be hosting a party to watch it, and I'm excited to attend. Afterwards, we will update our site with our first big break and the mystery of this character. I can't wait! Penny M. Happy Halloween, you all! I'm stuck inside. This seasonal bug I caught is killing me, and as much as I'd love to attend ICAC's party and see the cartooner recovered, I cannot travel feeling like this. And I don't want anyone else to get sick, so I'll be there in spirit. But I hope you all are having a wonderful Halloween. Stay safe and out of trouble, okay? Penny M. I can't think right now. And I can't be here right now. Something really bad happened last night and I'm not okay. I can barely stand up. And I feel like I'm going to be sick. I don't understand what's going on. Hello, everyone. I'm severely sorry for the panic. I am okay. But I have some upsetting news to share with you regarding a member of the team. On Halloween, Ikak and several of his friends left this world. The reasons behind their death are not being disclosed to the public at this time. There are speculations and rumors going around, but out of respect for the families of everyone involved, I will not be giving these rumors substance by spreading them. I'm devastated. Just typing this update was the result of several friends pressuring me just to let people know I'm okay. But I'm not okay. Nothing feels okay right now, and things probably won't ever be okay. Because my friend is no longer in this world, and that's so unfair. We didn't even get to spend one last Halloween together. Never got to tell him how important he was to me. I won't be online for a while. The rest of the team will be taking a hiatus as well. Please respect my privacy at this time. I'm in a very bad way mentally. I don't know how much more I can take without people prying into my business. Penny M. Hi all. Brief update here. I've been slowly recovering but I'm not ready to start work on the site again. I've been getting therapy while I was absent to try and work through these big thoughts and get well. Just letting you all know I'm still active since it's been 2 months since I was last online. I'll let you know when the site begins operation again. Penny M. Hi everyone. Still taking it slow. Still alive. Be back soon. Penny M. Hello everyone. I'm back and ready to get started working on the website again. I'm very thankful for your patience with me these past few months as I recovered from the shock of what happened last Halloween. It's been very difficult, but I'm better now. I don't feel like talking too much about it from here or on out, however. The team and I are slowly getting back into the swing of researching and reaching out to those with history/artifacts/knowledge related to the characters hosted on our website. It's going to be okay as long as we keep moving forward. Thank you all. I'm glad to talk to you again. Penny M. Hello everyone. Just wanted to let you know, keep you all updated, but I'm moving. It's about time I flew the coop, so to say, and my last living situation wasn't all that great, but that's not something to speak about here. Professionalism and whatnot. To head off the obvious questions, yes, this will be causing a brief bump in update frequency for the website, but don't worry, it won't be too long, as my teammates will take over updating for me. I'm very grateful for them and their friendship. Speaking of friendship, I'm moving in with a friend. I have so much to bring with me that packing has been such a hassle, but I'm managing. I'm so excited to be living for myself already, and not be so caught up all the time. See you on the flip side. Penny M. Hello, I've settled into my new home. This is really exciting for me. I've never lived outside the thumb of someone else before, so I'm really excited to be making my own rules for myself with my friends. This is going to be such a good experience for me. Don't worry, I won't forget the site. I'm just getting small things in order. Penny M. Happy fall! Happy fall, everyone! Pendog Creative Library wishes you a safe travels and experiences during this spooky time of year. My team and I have been working diligently on the library. I'm glad to say that after everything going on, we received an outpouring of support from others, and that includes many sending me leads and items related to our work, which is... I can't say how much that means to me. Thank you, truly. This fall, I'd appreciate if you all looked out for yourself and others. Tell your friends how much you love them, and spend as much time as you can with them. Do that for me, okay? Penny M. Hello, everyone. Penny here. I just want to let you all know that we have been cleaning the website recently. That includes tightening up articles, fixing grammatical errors, and overall optimizing the experience for you. Hope you enjoy our refurbished website. Stay tuned as we have some very exciting visual improvements in the work too. I also want to start back up with sharing my art here as well. Here's a couple of character designs I drew up a while back. If you look closer, you'll probably notice a familiar face in the lower left corner. That's right, Slishy Slasher! I've been thinking about her lately. I'm still practicing drawing her, but eventually I'll nail the style, I hope. I've been thinking a lot about her character, and what she represents probably doesn't matter. She hurt a lot of people just by being created, in my opinion, but still, interesting to think about. Everyone involved had their speculations on what she could mean. I gave my own in the articles, of course, aided by her notes. At the time, though, everyone was kind of up in the air and frantic about what she could mean. The most extreme conclusion I heard some people jump to was that she must have been created to target someone. Jealousy? Honestly, I kind of agreed with that opinion for a while, but it's a lot messier than that. Who knows? Anyways, I've been thinking about her a lot lately. A killer of relationships. There's been a lot of times I felt like that, but I don't know. It's all very complex and something that gets even more complicated when you tangle it with art and metaphor. Penium. Welcome, friends! Penny M here with the monthly update. Firstly, as you may notice while checking the character pages, our website has had an overhaul visually. With the help of multiple friends and fellow artists, the character pages have now been decorated in fun stickers and gifts that sparkle and dance. Thank you so much to everyone who helped out livening up the website. Sorry. Um, I'm especially proud of the Hecate page and Nerva page, which I feel have been a bit difficult to update. Our website likes to fight us sometimes. I remember how much trouble the About page used to give me. Secondly, I want to thank everyone who has been sending submissions to the Imaginarium. I will try to update the page more frequently, but at minimum, it will be updated once a month. What else? Well, I can't say right now, but exciting things are on the horizon. I've been talking to some amazing people and getting the chance to see some wonderful artistic history that's pertinent to our site mission. But that will have to wait, it's not ready yet. I'm doing fine as well, and with that in mind, I must say that as kind as and appreciated as everyone's messages are, I'd equally appreciate no more messages about ICAC or the events of last year. I'm trying to move on in his memory. Emma Weckel is the puppet enthusiast and Penny's longtime friend. I also want to discuss something very important with you all, which is the submission of fake artifacts to the PCL. We appreciate fan art, and I can understand the temptation to try to get your art on the website. However, it's very obvious when a submission is fan art, fake, or to be blunt, not authentic. I'm writing this because I recently received this submission in my mailbox with no return address. It's a beautiful piece for sure, but very obviously not official Bartleby brand material, besides the obvious indicators. Bartleby Brands never released a product under this name, and the mix-up of different art styles is a dead giveaway to me. That being said, I do appreciate the enthusiasm. Just be sure to be more honest next time, okay? Oh? It appears we've entered a garden. Now, to find the secret on this page, you're going to want to inspect. My blessing. You have earned it. Wishing you sweet honey dreams, absent of lipstick red. And there's something in the background. Chat, what is that in the background? What is that amongst the leaves? What is that behind the text? A single finger, you know, just an innocent single finger somewhere it shouldn't be. Hmm. here's a regular update art share. So the first thing you might notice about this art is that it's not rubber hose styled, and yeah, I think I mentioned a couple blogs back that I eventually moved away from just drawing rubber hose art. It was after something that happened online that kind of soured me to rubber hose cartoons for a bit. But I'm sure I'll get back to drawing them someday. Anyways, this art is kind of a reflection on myself at the time, or how I felt I was being portrayed. The details are a bit hazy to remember, but I'm pretty sure that's what the influence was. Self-beauty and how I appear to people is something I used to agonize over, not just physically, but my presence as well. But eventually I learned that I could survive without the validation of everyone, something others could probably learn from. I decided that beauty is what you take comfort in. I nurture how I act and present myself, but how others take that appearance is of no concern to me. You probably heard it before, but you'll always be the villain of someone's story. Gosh, Emma and I know that so well. I don't have to be liked by everyone around me, and I don't have to like everyone around me. Thank you so much for reading this update. See you next time. Now, it's time to find the big secrets that were recently added. So first what you're going to do is go to Creative Character Index. You're going to go to Minerva. You're going to go to the bottom here. You're going to click the window.
Well, hello, friends. It's been now about ages since someone last stumbled into my quarters. Lucky for you, this puppet operates without quarters. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what happens when the eyes are held in the wrong direction? Nothing good, no. The folks over at Troy Brands would tell you, if they still could. In fact, that reminds me of a poem. I shall read it to you now, and you may read along with me below. Down deep through the dirt, under filth and cacophony, twist round the bent bones, and past hollow esophagus, return home to our mother, and warmth of cytogeny, burrow darker into limbo, first ring of monotony. Your sister flawed and wrong, anger muddied her flesh, her sister too a fraud, so ickle and fresh. Darkness swallows and swarms, starlings violent as they thress. Ince water thins round and round, dig deeper nonetheless. Each daughter whispered heresy in the symphony of mother. Taradiddle paths stretch and press against one another. Only yet see lustful imago in passing flickers of her, twisting knots in each limb until we cover and smother. Greed tears away what's before us, fill the brood with snickersnee, build upon tangled daughter, gluttonous hollows of debris, break through the nothing hiding from sight our jubilee, spiral down go the sisters in mindless unfair treachery. Those are all the hints I can give you for now. The puzzling and pondering is not for me to do. Farewell. Stay safe. Until we meet again.
Just a moment. Okay, so you'll notice if you flip this image, it spells out the Divine Comedy. And if you remember the rings of hell and what numbers they are, it will take you. We'll get to that later, Starcross. No spoilers, please. It will give you the order for something to press. Now, you're fine. It's no big deal. But I do. Sometimes it's very easy for me to get distracted and start talking ahead. So, we read an article about skin cream. And if you notice, this is the one image on Hecate's page that has this fuzzy grain overlay animated. So we'll click this.
On the new Innovation Workspace. Innovation belongs on Miro.
The FDA, Food and Drug Administration of America, wants you to take a look at the following Troy Beauty brand products. Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve as a lovely gift for children. Wives, even. Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy Beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you.
Yeah, it's interesting though. Like you'd think that releasing a product on that level after having like many years of selling products would, it's almost like those properties just spontaneously manifested. I wonder why that could be. Maybe. Now. Oh wait, I forgot. So,
When you shop in the Star Market app.
shut up. I'm talking to the ad, not you guys. Warning for gore. Warning for holes. I will let you know once we are off the page. Are you ready? I will let you know once we are done. We won't. Okay. Hey, Sushi, could you give me the code again? We might not do all these and just go to the end of it. Or maybe, hey guys, don't those dots look like the dots on Helena Troy's dress? Like, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but don't those dots sure look like the dots? Hmm. And you know, Barnum did mention worming, so. Have you ever heard of the guinea worm? Don't look that up. Do not look that up. So, so you're going to click the buttons and you're going to count them down to get there, but I'm just going to go to the final page because it's making me feel a bit queasy. Or I might just go. Let me look at the code. 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Transcribed by Vincent Teller, Pendog historian. Interview between Vincent Teller and Kelly H. about her experience with Helena Beauty Brands. Thanks for agreeing to meet with me, Kelly. Sorry for the lateness. I caught some traffic on the way up. Oh no, it's no problem. I appreciate traveling all the way up here to talk to me about the accident. I'm a little surprised that anyone would care enough to come get my account of things. It was such a big deal back in the day, but hardly anyone seems to remember it anymore. Didn't think anyone would care. I care. I think it's important to keep stories like yours circulating. I'm screenshotting that because that's very funny. Well, where would you want me to start? I've only been interviewed once, and I was so young back then. Why not tell me a bit about how you ended up at the Helena Beauty Brands Expo? Oh, that's an easy question. Every little girl's in the 60s used Helena products. Helena Troy was a household face, and she was. Oh, how did those old adverts refer to her? The pretty friend of every girl and gal. Some friend she turned out to be, though. But yes, I was one of those many little girls who preened in the mirror and combed their hair and painted their nails with Helena products. I got the advertising jingle stuck in my head often. Sometimes my father would lift me up on his shoulders so I could plaster another page on the wall at the very top. My mother taught me to paint my nails with Helena nail paint. Those were happy times. So even now I can't bring myself to feel bad about them. Ah, but the expo, wasn't it? When it was announced, I actually had signed up to be a special guest through the mail in the magazine form. And well, someone had to win, I guess. I just wish it hadn't been me. I'm gonna skip ahead because I'm gonna have to go soon. Um, and we are so close that I wouldn't be able to do another stream, honestly, to justify it. But now we have one more site to see, and it's an important one. We go to About Us, we go to About Me, one, 5, 8, 7, 6, 2, 4, 3, 9. Hey, do you remember in the About page when Penny said that this used to be her personal blog site and that she turned it into the Pendog Creative Library? Well, I'm not paying for an extra website, and I don't trust my private thoughts on any other site. Can you believe this shit? Get more and more emails about it every day, all babbling about how excited they are for me to discover more about Hecate's history and how they adore her so much it's tiring. I genuinely hate this character so much, or the person she reminds me of. If it wasn't for how excited everyone was, I would just delete everything I found of her out of spite towards him. But every time I go back to the site to delete articles and make an announcement about ceasing investigations into the character, I stop. And I get overwhelmed by the good memories I had of him. When I hadn't realized he was such a rotten person, and when he was so nice to me, when we hung out together. Usually the night ends in crying. Therapy can only do so much when the human brain excels at self-judgment. If I told people how I feel, I don't think they'd understand. They'd repeat the same, "Oh, it's not your fault. You were right to say what you did. He was awful." And yes, that's all well and good. I know those things so very much, but my brain doesn't care. It still sends all the signals of guilt and self-blame and you were in the wrong place, you were in the wrong, and you could have prevented this from happening. It's been over a year since our last conversation. It still drags me down to bed in a deep depression, preventing me from getting up as much done as I used to. I used to be so capable. I made so many articles in just a month, but now I can only really muster the energy for just a few. I hardly draw anymore either. It's bad enough the stuff with that other person. Did you know that being obsessed over is a very tiring? Even if I want to do right by her memory, I still resent what she put me through. There's also the guilt of, if I had known what Ian and his friends were doing and taken the warning signs seriously, I may not be responsible. But I was a bad friend to him, to the team. I'm really tired. I'm sticking it out. And I won't do anything reckless because that would hurt too many people. If I did that too, many people pulled together to help me out. I don't want them to feel like they wasted their efforts by taking myself out. But I'm really tired. I just want the sadness to go away. I miss being happy and being able to smile at people with a visible tiredness peeking through the corners of my lips. I miss Ian. He was awful. But I miss him. And there is one more. I just want to look at this again. With this in context. I'm really tired. I just want the sadness to go away. And then she was sent this. She was sent this poster about sleeping, something that would help her sleep. And then, my blessing, you have earned it. Wishing you sweet honey dreams, absent of lipstick red. And the advertisement taking down Helena Troy was sponsored by Bartleby Brands. And there's one more thing I want to mention. Where is it? With that, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. To be the object of affection for beings much larger and powerful for you. To be the object of unwanted affection and attention. And that is the end of the trail for now. Oh, there is one thing you can check out on your own time. I do not have the time to look at it on stream. Here's the Imaginarium, of course, where you can send imaginary friends. But Belly Up. You should read about Belly Up, I think, in your own time. Thank you for joining me. This has been really fun. I will do this again later if more people want to have these sessions. I wish I could have answered more questions, but maybe I'll hold another stream later this week for that, a shorter one. But thank you so much for supporting us. It's been an amazing experience, and take care of yourself, okay? Make more weird art. See y'all. I'll try to see if I can upload the stream, but I had so much fun.